Hello, everyone. Welcome to Midnight Horror Whispers. I'm your storyteller tonight. I know many of you listen to these stories to fall asleep. So before you drift off, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Do it now, so you won't forget later. And just before we begin, leave a comment. Where in the world are you listening from? What time is it for you? Now, close your eyes, settle in, and let the whispers guide you into the dark.
Story 1. When I first applied for the job, custodian conjured up images of mopping silent, empty hallways and tightening loose bolts under flickering ceiling lights. A job built on solitude and routine, one that offered a paycheck without much complexity or consequence. The job description mentioned unusual schedule and conditions, but in my desperation for work, I didn't give it a second thought. I assumed it referred to the night shift, 10 to 6, which suited me fine. It wasn't until I drove out to the Cerulean Institute, a gleaming, bone-white structure perched like an antiseptic monument on a lonely hill, that I began to feel the prickling unease that I had ignored. The winding, unmarked lane leading to the building was eerily quiet, and when I finally arrived, the lawn that surrounded the hill looked like a green sea frozen in time, unmoving, untouched, and too perfectly trimmed, as if nature itself was hesitant to grow too close. The receptionist greeted me with a placid smile, buzzed me through a glass door that hummed like a living thing, and ushered me into a small room where the walls, furniture, and even her outfit all bled the same cold shade of blue. Before I could comment on the surreal coordination, a man entered. Tall, dark curls, white lab coat, eyes far too cheerful. Dr. Narcy introduced himself and began to speak not about cleaning supplies or job duties, but about sleep. His obsession, his mission. He spoke with reverence, as if sleep were not just a biological function, but a frontier, an undiscovered world worth conquering. Other scientists chased oceans or stars, he said, but he was interested in the space we drift into every night, the third of our lives we surrender to shadows. He told me with eerie conviction that the best way to study sleep was through those who could not wake. I didn't understand until he gestured for me to follow, his smile a little too wide, too white. As the doors hissed open, the sterile scent of chemicals assaulted my senses, mingled with something colder, metallic, like preserved silence. Unlike the hospitals I'd visited, those filled with murmured prayers, beeping monitors, and crying families, Cerulean was silent, aggressively so. No intercoms, no pages, no whispers. Every room I passed contained a person, utterly still, lying beneath machines that beeped in slow, even rhythms. Comatose. Every one of them. Not asleep, but submerged. As I stood there, surrounded by these frozen bodies, unease crept up my spine like a slow leak of cold air. I should have walked out, I know that now. But at the time, I told myself that I was being foolish. The goosebumps were no reason to lose the only job offer I'd seen in months. When I finally asked why we hadn't discussed my qualifications or even looked at my resume, Dr. Tabita Narcy merely chuckled. "You wouldn't be here if you hadn't already passed," he said, as if that should comfort me. And then he added something I've never forgotten. that previous staff had succumbed to superstition, to irrational fears, and quit. That I had to be stronger. I tried to play along, to match his confidence with a shaky laugh, but something behind his eyes made my blood feel heavier. I signed the paperwork anyway, my pen trembling slightly. I wouldn't understand until much later how much of myself I was surrendering in that moment. The place felt different at night. Emptier, darker, not just in lighting, but in spirit. Entire wings would seal off with no explanation, and rerouting my tasks felt like navigating a maze that rearranged itself hourly. My work orders came in via an outdated system that spat out tasks like sanitize storage area B or lubricate shutter 104. But they never explained the why or what had happened there before me. I started to notice how quiet the place got after 1 a.m. Not just peaceful, but void-like, as though even the building was holding its breath. Some nights, I would pause outside a room and feel, without knowing why, that someone, something was awake inside. But when I looked through the reinforced glass, there was nothing but a motionless patient and the endless hum of machines. I told myself I was imagining things. I wanted to believe that. After all, I had taken a job, not stepped into a nightmare. But something about the Cerulean Institute seeped into me. Slow and poisonous, like a gas leak you only notice when the symptoms begin. Even now, I wonder what exactly I stepped into the night I walked through those doors. Because as much as I'd like to believe that I was just a janitor with a lucky job offer, a small voice in the back of my head keeps whispering, "You were never supposed to leave." At first, the silence struck me as peaceful, even comforting, like the hush of snowfall blanketing a sleeping town. But it didn't take long for that illusion to rot into something else. Every hallway in the Cerulean Institute breathed stillness, an unnatural quiet that wrapped around you like gauze, smothering sound and thought alike. The patients were all unconscious, of course, no surprise in a sleep research facility. But this wasn't the idle slumber of the sedated or the frail unconsciousness of those clinging to life. It was deeper, colder, almost deliberate. There were no visiting hours, no crying relatives, no murmur of doctors conferring at bedsides. Just long rows of pristine white rooms filled with people who never stirred, never blinked, never made a sound. You'd think that kind of silence would make the place feel safe, but it didn't. It felt like a waiting room for the dead. I worked the night shift when the already minimal staff all but disappeared, leaving the building hollow and dim. After sunset, the lights were dialed down to half strength, supposedly to protect patient circadian rhythms, but it made every corridor feel like a dream you couldn't quite wake from. Shadows stretched like long, thin fingers across the walls, and even the hum of the machines seemed to fade into a dull background pulse, like the heartbeat of something vast and sleeping beneath the tile. My rounds grew longer, more disorienting, because the layout seemed to change from night to night. Wings that had been accessible the day before would suddenly be sealed off, without explanation, their electronic doors blinking red, windows blacked out as though something inside needed to be hidden or protected. And always without fail, another section would reopen, in its place, as if the Institute was rearranging itself in the dark, piece by piece. We were given notices, sure, little blurbs that popped up on the office computers with clinical phrasing. Wing C closed for recalibration, or no entry to Sector 4A until further notice. But no one ever explained why. No alarms, no maintenance workers, no hazmat suits. Just doors that no longer opened, and the strange feeling that something had shifted. Subtly but permanently, I started to feel like I was drifting through a living maze, one that breathed and blinked and forgot its own layout. I'd catch myself walking past a familiar room, only to stop and realize the room didn't exist anymore, or at least not where it used to. It gave me the creeping sense that I was being shepherded, nudged away from certain areas and toward others. Some nights I would swear I heard faint whispers behind the locked doors. No words, just the suggestion of movement, of breath, like someone whispering through a wall of cotton. I tried to laugh it off. Jamie, one of the other night orderlies, liked to joke that the building was half facility, half fun house, and that we were the rats being trained to forget which door led to the cheese. But even he never lingered near the sealed wings. No one did. We pretended we didn't notice them, pretended it was normal. That was the rule. Don't ask questions you don't want answered. The Institute was clinical on the surface. White walls, polished floors, high-tech everything. But underneath, it felt diseased. Like a wound that had scabbed over, too clean to be natural. Some part of me kept wondering what would happen if I pried the scab off. What would I see underneath? What would I find behind the blacked-out windows, the sealed doors? The names on the task list that never seemed to match the number of rooms I passed. I knew the patients were alive. At least that's what I kept telling myself. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking through a forest of graves that just hadn't been filled in yet. And the longer I stayed, the more the silence felt alive, like it was watching me, like it was waiting. It was Jamie who first gave a shape to the unease that had been crawling under my skin since I started at the Cerulean Institute. Though he did it in his own blunt, nicotine-stained way. We were behind the building late one night, sharing a cigarette under the humming buzz of a faulty floodlight, when he told me the fear I was feeling was just like seasickness. You either had it or you didn't. Me? He said with a shrug, blowing smoke into the shadows. I sleep like a baby. They're just lumps of meat, man. Don't let it get to you. But I could see something flicker behind his thick glasses. Something that didn't quite match the words. Maybe he was trying to believe it too. He'd been there longer than anyone, which made him both invaluable and slightly unhinged, like someone who'd been left too long in a house with the windows sealed shut. When I asked what he thought of the Institute, he smirked and said there were two versions of it. The Cerulean everyone knew, and the real one. Take a look at the staff, he said. See if you notice anything. The next night I did. A fourth of the staff wore small blue key cards, clipped just visibly enough to be seen, but not acknowledged. Never discussed, never explained. I began watching more closely. Those who wore them seemed different, quieter, always knowing exactly where not to be. They never joined in small talk, never used the break room, and moved with the kind of confidence that comes from knowing secrets. I mentioned it to Jamie, And he just nodded slowly. 2 kinds of research, he repeated, tapping ash from his cigarette. One you can write papers about, the other, not so much. It should have been easy to let it go like he did. The job paid well, the work was simple, and I never had to deal with angry customers or unpredictable weather. But I couldn't forget about the key cards, or the way entire wings would go dark, without warning, only to reopen days later with a fresh smell of bleach and something deeper, something wrong. I started having dreams, strange and vivid. In one of them, I was lying in one of those hospital beds, unmoving, unable to speak or blink, watching myself, my own body, pushing the mop cart down the hallway without looking into the rooms. I tried to scream, to reach out, but I was locked inside myself, drowning in silence. Other nights, the dreams were worse. I was standing at the end of a hallway that stretched too long to be real. Lights flickering as I walked past doors that bled shadows onto the tile. I would hear whispers, faint as breath, always just behind me, and when I turned around, the hallway would be empty. But the lights would start shutting off, one by one, and the floor would begin to slope, pulling me backward into a dark that pulsed and breathed. I stopped telling myself they were just dreams. They felt like memories I hadn't lived yet, like the building was trying to show me something, or warn me, or claim me. Every night I returned to work, the sense of distortion grew stronger, like I was moving through a replica of the real world that didn't quite fit. The patients never moved, never made a sound, and yet I always felt like I was being watched, not from behind, but from within the walls themselves, from the blue-lit monitors beside each bed that never showed a single spike, just a steady line that made my skin crawl. I started to wonder if those people were ever truly asleep, or if they were trapped somewhere else entirely, staring out through frozen eyes while we cleaned around them, speaking in whispers, pretending everything was normal. I began to dread the silence, to flinch at the sound of my own footsteps, to lose track of time and space in that endless maze of corridors. The blue key cards were always there, slipping into doors I couldn't open, vanishing into restricted wings I was told not to question. I started to wonder if maybe Jamie had it wrong. Maybe it wasn't about 2 types of research. Maybe it was 2 types of people. Those who looked and those who obeyed. And maybe the Institute already knew which one I was becoming. It started with a sound I'd never heard before. Not the usual soft beeping of monitors or the occasional hum of the backup generators, but a low mechanical wail, like a siren underwater, distant at first, then climbing into a shriek that filled every corridor, every room, like the building itself was screaming. It wasn't the fire alarm. I'd tested that during training, and it wasn't on any of the safety protocol sheets they gave us. I poked my head into the hallway, half expecting it to be some kind of system glitch, but the look on Jamie's face told me otherwise. He was already there with 2 other orderlies, his cigarette long forgotten, staring up at the blinking red lights above the door frames. Then I saw her, a thin, pale doctor I didn't recognize, sprinting with another nurse at her side. Both clutched those damned blue key cards like their lives depended on it, and maybe they did. None of us had any idea what was happening. And when I asked Jamie if he'd ever seen this kind of lockdown before, he just shook his head. The color drained from his face. I volunteered to go up front, see if I could reach someone or find a message on the system. Anything that might explain what the hell was going on. But when I reached the end of the hall and pressed on the push bar, the door didn't budge. I tried again, harder, and that's when I realized the Institute was sealed. We were locked inside. Only those with blue clearance could move freely now. I turned back planning to tell the others, but something drew my eyes downward. A ripple in the stillness, a gut feeling. And I realized I hadn't heard footsteps in a while. No alarms, no yelling, just that rising shen-an and the electric tension of something horribly wrong. I followed a corridor that had been shut off the night before but was now miraculously open. The lights overhead flickered, painting everything in pale, sickly shades. I crept forward, each step heavy, until I turned the corner and saw them. The blonde doctor from before, sprawled on the ground, her white coat soaked red, and the nurse slumped against the wall, neck bent at an unnatural angle. My body locked up, my breath caught. Blood pooled beneath them like ink spilled from a shattered pen, and something glinted on the floor beside her, a blue key card. I stepped over the broken glass, careful not to make a sound, and took it. Up close, her throat looked like it had been torn open, ragged, violent. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but there it was. No accident, no medical failure. This was murder. I turned to run, every instinct screaming. But when I got back to the others, Jamie was crumpled on the floor, one hand pressed against his neck, the other struggling to keep his stomach closed. His eyes met mine, wild and pleading, and I rushed to his side, tearing open the nearest room's wardrobe for anything I could use. Sheets, gauze, anything. He was trying to speak, but his windpipe had been shredded. Blood bubbled over his lips, and I realized too late what he was mouthing. Behind you. I turned just as the footsteps landed softly behind me. She stood barefoot, blood spattered, clutching a jagged shard of glass, wearing the same thin blue hospital gown as the rest of the patients. But she wasn't asleep. Her eyes were wide open, burning with something I couldn't name. Rage, terror, desperation. I lifted my hand slowly, heart hammering, but she didn't strike. "You're not a doctor," she rasped, voice raw and unused. She looked maybe 20, but there was something ancient in her posture, in the way she flinched at the overhead lights, in the faded EEG stickers still clinging to her skin. She was trembling. I pointed to my ID, my voice cracking. "I'm just a custodian." Her fingers tightened around the glass, then relaxed. "You've got to get me out of here," she whispered. And in that moment, I knew everything had changed. Jamie was dying at my feet. The Institute was sealed like a tomb, and something had awoken inside this building that was never meant to see the light. I didn't know who she was or what she'd done to escape, but I saw the truth in her eyes. She wasn't the monster. She was running from it, and somehow I just stepped into its path. She stood there trembling, barefoot and blood-speckled, a shard of broken glass clutched in her hand like it was the only anchor keeping her in this world. But there was something in her eyes. Desperation, yes, but lucidity, too. A sharpness that told me she hadn't lost her mind, not yet.
Her voice was raw and cracked when she spoke, like she hadn't used it in years. "You're not one of them," she said, more statement than question, and I nodded, though I wasn't sure what she meant by them. She lowered the glass slowly and looked around, eyes wide, haunted, as if every shadow in the hallway might reach out and drag her back. "I need to get out of here," she said. And then more quietly, "Please." Her arms were thin and mottled with tape residue and faint bruises, EEG stickers still clinging to her temple like ghosts of a forgotten identity. "What's your name?" I asked, and she blinked, then seemed to search the empty air like she was rifling through a locked drawer. "I don't remember," she whispered. "Call me Eve." The name fell from her lips like a half-formed prayer, and it stayed with me. Too symbolic to be random, too fragile to question. I wrapped a blanket from the supply cabinet around her shoulders and tried to think through the chaos pounding in my head. The sirens still howled through the Institute, red emergency lights casting long, twitching shadows against the walls, and we both knew it was only a matter of time before someone came looking. "They won't believe you," Eve said, "if you try to tell them what this place really is." And then she told me. Her voice was a trembling thread, but her words were sharp, clear, and horrible. The Cerulean Institute wasn't studying sleep to help people, it was weaponizing it. They were mapping fear, breaking minds, in the space between consciousness and oblivion, pushing patients into engineered nightmares, and measuring how long it took for their identities to splinter. Terror rating, she called it. T rating. They didn't want data, they wanted compliance, reprogramming. A way to bend people into tools while they slept, unresisting, unaware. "You know how some sounds can make you feel afraid?" she said. "They've taken that principle and buried it inside dreams. A whisper in the dark that changes who you are when you wake up. If you wake up." Her hands trembled, the glass shard glinting in the low red light. "I wasn't always like this," she muttered. "They took me. I was going to the dentist, just a normal appointment. I never woke up. My parents probably think I died under anesthesia. They probably donated me. A good cause, right? Medical research." Her voice cracked on that last word, and I felt something break open in my chest. All the silent, unmoving bodies I'd passed night after night. People like Eve. Sacrifices. "We have to go," I said, and she nodded, hugging the blanket tighter. There was only one way out that didn't rely on doors or key cards. The cart. The oversized janitor's cart I'd pushed for weeks, full of towels, tools, empty garbage liners, and one massive black bag tucked into the back bin. It was a bad plan, absurd even, but the only one we had. I lined the bottom with spare towels and helped her climb inside. She winced, curling into a fetal shape, then pulled the black liner up over her shoulders like a burial shroud. "If they catch us," she whispered, "you don't know me." I nodded, my throat dry. I pushed the cart out into the corridor, each wheel squeaking like a scream, the alarm still wailing, the hallways empty and humming like a live wire. We moved past locked doors and rooms with beeping monitors, past blue keycard access panels and silent security cameras that I hoped were still looped from the outage. My hands clenched the push bar, white-knuckled, heart pounding so loud I thought it might give us away. If anyone stopped me, if they asked what was in the bag, I had no answer.
but the corridors remained empty, as if the building was holding its breath. Every flicker of motion in my periphery made me tense. Somewhere behind us, I imagined the bodies stirring, systems rebooting, whispers threading back through the walls. Eve didn't speak again, but I could feel her trembling through the plastic. We were two nobodies trying to escape a machine built to erase people. And every step I took toward the front of the building felt like walking into a deeper dream, one I wasn't sure I'd ever wake from. The plan might have worked if not for the cameras, if not for the sterile, blinking eyes stitched into every corner of the Cerulean Institute, recording even the smallest twitch of movement, like a dream that refused to forget. We'd almost made it. I'd wheeled the cart all the way to the lobby, heart hammering, every squeak of the wheels amplified by the siren still blaring overhead. I could feel Eve breathing beneath the heavy black liner, slow and shallow, like a hunted animal trapped inside its own skin. The lobby lights were dimmed, red pulses flickering across the tiled floor like the last throes of a dying heart. I stepped out into that gloom, sweat sticking my shirt to my back, and that's when the taser hit me. My legs folded instantly, and I hit the ground with a sound that barely registered past the electric explosion in my spine. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, could only watch through a film of pain and nausea as hands yanked Eve from the cart. Her scream shrill and furious as she kicked and clawed like a thing reborn. Dr. Narcy was already there, face wild with something I hadn't seen before. Rage, maybe, or fear. Two orderlies wrestled me to the floor, shouting at me to stay down, and he knelt beside me, his voice a low hiss at my ear. You should have stayed out of it. The security logs don't lie. I don't know where I found the strength, but I twisted free just enough to grab the blue keycard from my neck and slide it across the slick tile toward Eve. She saw it. Her eyes locked with mine, and for a moment I swear there was hope in them. She dove, snatching it up, and ran for the exit, barefoot and blood-spattered, the emergency door sensors glowing green just ahead. I staggered to my feet, lungs burning, the scream in my throat caught behind panic. Eve reached the door and slammed the card to the reader. It blinked, unlocked, opened. The parking lot spilled out beyond her like salvation, the night sky vast and empty and full of freedom. I ran after her, shoving past the dazed orderlies, slipping in a puddle of something I didn't want to identify. We were nearly there, my truck just a few feet away, when the shot rang out. Sharp, clean, final. Eve jerked forward mid-stride, crumpled silently, her body folding to the pavement like a puppet with its strings cut. I slid to my knees beside her, but I already knew. The wound was centered, unforgiving, her breath gone before I could even call her name. I looked up, saw Dr. Narcy standing in the doorway, pistol still raised, smoke curling from the barrel. His expression wasn't angry anymore. It was clinical, resolved. She was a variable he had removed. I don't remember getting in the truck. I don't remember starting the engine or backing out of the lot with my foot trembling on the gas pedal. There were no more shots. They didn't need to kill me. I was just a custodian, a name they could scrub, a file they could delete. Eve had been the witness. Now she was gone, and with her, the only real proof of what Cerulean had become. I drove for miles with her blood still on my hands, headlights carving through darkness that felt thicker than air. By the time I reached home, I was shaking so hard I could barely get the key in the door. I stripped off my clothes, stepped into the shower, and screamed into the hot stream of water, knowing it couldn't wash away what I'd seen or what I was going to do next, because I couldn't stay silent. I wouldn't. They had killed her to bury the truth, but the truth was still alive in me, burning behind my eyes, pounding in my skull like a second heartbeat. I owed her that much. I owed her everything. I don't remember the drive home, not really. Just fragments through the windshield, the blur of headlights on wet asphalt, the high whine of tires eating up the road, as if I could outrun the image of her body collapsing in front of me. When I reached my apartment, I stumbled through the door like a sleepwalker, stripped down in the hallway, and climbed into the shower with the water as hot as I could stand it. I didn't cry. I didn't speak. I just stood there with my hands pressed against the tile, letting the steam burn my skin, and the memory of Eve burned something deeper. I stayed that way until the water ran cold, until my knees gave out. And even then, I didn't move, not until I'd made up my mind. They had killed her to keep a secret, and they thought I'd stay quiet because I was nobody. A janitor with no credentials, no voice, no proof. But they underestimated what they'd lit inside me. I didn't care if I died. I didn't care if I vanished without a trace like she almost had. I wasn't going to let them bury it. I spent the day making preparations, packing what I thought I'd need, fueling the truck, finding a back entrance through the woods that would get me close without tripping any cameras. The sun was low by the time I reached the edge of the forest behind the Institute, crouched among the brush like a ghost, staring up at the pale skeleton of a building that had swallowed so many people whole. Only it wasn't there. Not like before. The lights were off. The parking lot was empty, the windows black. I crept closer, disbelieving, dread twisting tight in my gut. The main door opened with the blue keycard still hanging from my neck, but inside was nothing. No doctors, no patients, no soft beeping of machines. Every room was cleared out. The beds gone, the monitors ripped from the walls. It was as if the Cerulean Institute had never existed, as if it had been plucked from the earth and swallowed by the dark. I walked through the gutted halls, each footstep echoing too loudly. The stench of bleach thick in the air. They'd cleaned it, wiped it bare, taken everything they couldn't afford to leave behind. No bodies, no blood, not even a clipboard. Only silence. Only absence. Only the faint echo of her voice still ringing in my head. They'd vanished overnight, slipped into the shadows with their machines and their secrets and their program, but I knew they weren't done. Places like that don't end. They relocate. They change names. They find new walls, new cities, new faces willing to look the other way. Maybe right now they're rebranding themselves, repainting the walls of some new facility where another clueless janitor is getting ready to push a mop bucket down a quiet hallway, telling himself it's just a job. Maybe right now someone's being wheeled into an operating room for a routine procedure, and they won't wake up. Not really, not ever. Because once Cerulean has you, once it wraps its fingers around your mind, it doesn't let go, it doesn't stop. And now that I've seen it, now that I know, I can feel it breathing in the cracks of the world around me, waiting, watching, expanding. And I wonder how many others like me are out there tonight, dreaming dreams that aren't theirs, screaming silently in places no one can hear. Story 2. We'd always joked about getting a cat, some little gremlin to lounge on the windowsill and make our apartment feel more like a home. But we never thought it would happen like this. It was a sharp, damp autumn night. The kind that sinks into your bones and makes the alley behind our building smell like rot and rain-soaked cardboard. We were taking out the trash when we saw him, a shivering, matted tuft of fur nestled against the bins, so still we almost stepped past him. There was something immediately strange, magnetic about him. His fur looked painted in streaks and patches like a forgotten watercolor, blotched with dark smudges that seemed to form vague symbols if you stared too long. His ears were too long, almost curling at the tips like tendrils, and those eyes, huge glassy orbs too wide for his narrow face, glowed faintly, catching the dim streetlight and reflecting it back in ways that made my skin crawl. He looked up at us with a tilt of the head, not curious, familiar, like he knew us. His paws were massive for his scrawny frame, and tiny needle-like fangs peeked from under his lip, just enough to give the impression of something unfinished or wrong. Ugly in a way that circled back into endearing. We laughed, nervously maybe, and said we'd been chosen by the cat distribution system. A cosmic joke. But that look in his eyes made me feel like maybe the joke was on us. Maybe we hadn't found him. Maybe he'd been waiting. At first it was cute. Everything about him was off in a way that made us laugh, like some weird little goblin gifted to us by a universe with a dark sense of humor. He moved strangely, with leaps too fluid, too graceful, like he had too many joints in the wrong places. He could spring halfway up a wall without effort, twist mid-air like smoke, snatch things from our hands mid-motion with needle-sharp accuracy that never missed. We called him our little acrobat, joked that he had circus training in a past life. And then there was his game, his favorite thing. Red light, green light. That's what we named it anyway. He'd crouch low and stare, motionless whenever we looked at him, his pupils enormous, his body tense. The second we turned our backs, we'd hear the faintest creak or scuffle and spin around to find him, inches closer, frozen again. Sometimes he'd be across the room, then suddenly beside the couch. One blink too long and he'd moved. It was adorable at first, this quirky cat behavior, just part of his charm. But the charm thinned with time, like the growing clumps of his fur we began to find in the corners of our apartment. At first it was just a few extra hairs, nothing out of the ordinary. But within days, it became wads. Dense, matted tufts appearing overnight in places we'd just cleaned. The vacuum clogged. Our clothes were covered. It was like he was molting, but worse. We worried, of course. Took him to the vet. They couldn't determine his breed, just shrugged and made some half joke about him being exotic or midway through shedding into something new. I didn't laugh. What disturbed us more was how fast the fur came back. Not days, hours. Every morning, he looked untouched, his coat thick, lush, and seamless, as if
Nothing had ever fallen out, and he was getting bigger. Not in the typical way kittens grow, not gradually. It was uneven, erratic. His paws first, bulging and heavy, like he was growing into something much larger. His claws we trimmed religiously, only to find them sharpened again by evening, slicing deep gouges into his scratching posts, reducing them to splinters in days. His walk changed too. He moved low and long, body stretching unnaturally with each silent step, like his joints were testing their range and finding new angles. There were nights I'd glance at him and feel sick to my stomach, not for what he did, but for how he looked when he did nothing. Still alert, wrong in the shadows. His limbs bent in ways that defied the image of a cat, that hinted at something else, something wearing a cat like a suit. We began to question ourselves. Were we imagining it?
Projecting? Blaming our stress and exhaustion? Maybe we were just tired. But then we realized he never was. He never slept. Not once did we catch him dozing. Not in sunlight. Not at night. We brushed it off at first. He must nap when we're out, we said, or when we're not looking. But that excuse evaporated quickly. Each night we'd wake with a prickling sensation crawling up our spines, only to find him watching us. Not blinking, not moving, just there. In the doorway, or at the foot of the bed, or perched on the dresser, his giant eyes reflecting the faintest ambient light with a gleam that cut through the dark like a blade. He'd be in one place when we closed our eyes, and in another when we opened them. Always still, always waiting. We told ourselves cats are weird. They're nocturnal. They do strange things. But there were no sounds, no skittering claws on the hardwood, no leaping, no scratching, no typical feline chaos. Just silence. A vacuum of noise, as if his presence consumed sound around him. The red light, green light game never stopped. Even when we weren't playing, he'd appear closer than he was a moment before. We'd spot a flicker of movement at the edge of our vision, turn, and he'd be sitting, unmoving, just watching. Then he'd be gone, with no sign of departure, no sound, no trail, just gone. The feeling of being hunted seeped into everything. We couldn't relax, couldn't sleep, couldn't focus. Something was always just behind us, just out of sight. Then his eating habits changed. He stopped touching his food, ignored every treat, every can, every bit of kibble. He wasn't sick. We knew that much. But when we cooked, it was like something in him woke up. On steak nights or whenever raw chicken or beef hit the cutting board, he went wild, throwing himself at the counter, swiping at our hands, yowling in a voice that didn't quite sound Hussein. We tried spraying him, locking him out, shouting. None of it worked. He'd wait, dripping, furious, and as soon as our backs were turned, he'd lunge again. Then one night it happened. A raw steak slipped from my fingers and smacked onto the tile. He was on it in an instant. Not chewing, not nibbling. He devoured it, gorged, really. His throat bulging grotesquely as he swallowed it whole, package and all. We rushed toward him, but the sound that came out of him froze us mid-step. It wasn't a hiss. It wasn't anything that should have come from a cat. It was deep, wet and vibrating, like a guttural growl pulled from something that had never walked on four legs. His fur bristled up like quills, his back arched into a shape that didn't make sense, his body trembling with a suppressed violence that radiated off him in waves. The sound of him licking, obscene, gloppy, was loud in the silence of our kitchen, and as he crouched there, limbs coiled like a thing ready to strike, his pupils became tiny slits. For a long, breathless moment, we just stared at him, staring back, unblinking, tense. And then, just like that, it was over. He blinked, yawned, and stretched like any normal cat, rubbed against our legs with a soft purr, his tail flicking with contentment. The steak was gone. Not even a trace of the plastic. We stood there, paralyzed, until we both burst into nervous, horrified laughter. But the laughter didn't stick. The unease lingered, heavier now, unavoidable. We stopped calling him a gremlin. We stopped joking altogether. Something had changed, and we had no idea what it meant. It had been 2 weeks since we took him to the shelter, and for the first time in months, we could breathe again, sleep without waking in cold sweats, move through our home without glancing over our shoulders. The apartment felt normal. The silence was restful instead of oppressive, and we even caught ourselves laughing, though guilt lingered at the edges. He could be so sweet sometimes, when he wanted to be, and letting him go wasn't easy. But the tension he brought with him had dissolved like mist in sunlight, and part of us started to believe it had all been in our heads. Until last night, the sound started soft. So soft it could have been imagined. A meow, distant but familiar, echoing down the dark hallway outside our bedroom door. I froze. My partner looked at me, wide-eyed. Breath caught mid-motion. Another meow followed, a little closer, a little louder. That broken, pitiful cry he used to make when he wanted to be let in. But there was something else beneath it this time. A slow distortion. The pitch dropped, the tone warbled, turned inside out somehow, as if the sound were being pulled from underwater or through something not quite built to mimic it. It ended in a low, wet rumble that vibrated through the floor. Silence returned, but it wasn't empty. It pressed in on us, thick and waiting. Against every instinct, we moved toward the door. My hand hovered at the knob, skin prickling, heart thundering like it already knew what I was about to see. I cracked it open, just enough. And there, at the end of the hallway, was a shape. Still. Too still. Too large. The ears curled upward in sharp tufts that caught the moonlight, and the eyes. Those eyes. Black glassy pits that swallowed the glow of the hallway bulb and reflected nothing back. No light. No life. Just hunger. Below them something gleamed, slick and wet and twitching. Claws. Longer now, thicker, dragging slow arcs through the air like they were testing the space between us. He didn't move. He didn't need to. Because we knew. We had made a mistake. We had played the game, thought it was over, and walked away before it finished. But he hadn't. And now he was here for one last round of red light, green light. Story 3. The moment we pulled into the driveway of our new home, a shiver crawled down my spine that had nothing to do with the crisp autumn air It was the kind of chill that clung to your bones, not your skin. The house itself looked like something from a postcard. An elegant Victorian with gabled windows and a wraparound porch, its white paint kissed by ivy and time. Mark grinned as he turned off the engine and declared, "Home sweet home," while Lily and Tom bounced in their seats behind us, too young to sense anything other than excitement. I tried to match their energy, forced a smile, but my stomach had already begun its slow, anxious churn. The street, which moments before buzzed with the quiet hum of suburban life, had fallen into a strange, abrupt silence, like the whole town had inhaled and forgotten to exhale. I noticed curtains twitching, slight movements in the windows across the street, quick flashes of faces, disappearing the moment my eyes met them. Just curious neighbors, I told myself. Just small-town friendliness. And in the first few days, it did seem that way. People stopped by with casseroles and welcome baskets, all smiles and polite questions. But there was something else in their eyes, a tightness around their mouths, like they were trying too hard to seem warm. Strange things started happening, small things I could almost explain away. Our trash cans, which I'd left haphazardly by the curb, returned to their place, lined up with eerie precision. The front garden beds, which I hadn't touched yet, suddenly weeded and mulched as if by invisible hands. At first I chalked it up to generosity, to the kind of neighborly kindness I'd only seen in movies. But there was something unsettling about it all, like I was being observed, evaluated. Then one afternoon, while washing dishes, I looked up and saw Mrs. Johnson from next door standing in our backyard, peering through the kitchen window. Her stare was intense, unblinking, and when our eyes met, she waved like this was the most normal thing in the world. I waved back, my hand trembling slightly, and quickly pulled the curtains shut. That night, I asked Mark if he thought the neighbors were a little too helpful. He laughed, brushing it off, said I just wasn't used to small-town hospitality after living in the city for so long. Maybe he was right, maybe I was just paranoid. But every time I caught a glimpse of movement just outside the edge of my vision, every time a shadow lingered too long, every time a neighbor's smile stretched just a little too wide, I felt it again. That same bone-deep chill that greeted me the day we arrived. Like something inside the house or the town itself was watching, waiting, and whatever it was, it didn't want us to leave. It started with a face in the window. I was rinsing dishes when I glanced up and saw Mrs. Johnson standing in our backyard, perfectly still, her eyes locked onto mine through the glass, as if she were peering straight into my soul. Her mouth curled into a slow, deliberate smile, and she raised a hand in a stiff wave that made my skin crawl. I returned the gesture mechanically, then yanked the curtain shut, my breath catching in my throat. When I told Mark, he just chuckled and said, "That's just small-town hospitality, babe. You're not used to folks being this involved." But there was something in the way her eyes hadn't blinked, hadn't moved, that lingered in my mind like a splinter. And that wasn't the last time. At night, I'd wake to soft, shuffling sounds outside, low murmurs and the faint crunch of grass underfoot. Shadows moved across the lawn, too slow to be wind, too precise to be wildlife. When I crept to the window, they'd vanish as if swallowed by the night itself. Sometimes I'd hear whispers just outside the bedroom wall, unintelligible but unmistakably human, stopping the moment I leaned in to listen. I kept trying to explain it away, to rationalize, but even the children began to sense it. One day, Lily came home from school, pale and distant, her voice barely audible, as she said, "The kids at school, they say the house is cursed. They said people don't last long there." I smiled and hugged her, whispered something about silly rumors, but her words took root and festered. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat up in bed, staring into the darkness, heart racing with questions I hadn't dared to ask. What had happened to the families who lived here before us? Why did the place feel less like a home and more like a trap? The next day, I walked to the local library, needing answers. The librarian, an older woman with cataract-clouded eyes, seemed startled when I asked about the house. "Why would you want to know?" she asked, her voice trembling. And when I said I was just curious, she hesitated before finally leading me to the back archives. The air back there was heavy with dust and silence, like the room itself was trying to forget. I combed through decades of old newspapers, brittle with age, and what I found made my blood run cold. Family after family had moved into our house over the past century. Young couples, smiling children, and nearly every one of them had vanished without a trace within a year. The stories were vague, the explanations flimsy, but certain words came up over and over again. Ritual, sacrifice, prosperity. Whispers of a cult that had long woven itself into the town's foundations, feeding off newcomers to ensure its survival. I stumbled out of that library in a daze, the world around me tilting slightly as if something had shifted, and I'd finally seen it for what it really was. The people, their two wide smiles, their watchful eyes, they weren't welcoming us, they were waiting. When I stepped through the front door, the air inside felt wrong. Too still, too heavy, like it had been waiting for me. The living room was full of neighbors, seated in a semicircle, around Mark like parishioners at an unholy sermon. Their faces were blank, emotionless masks, stretched thin with smiles that didn't reach their eyes. Mark looked up at me, his voice strangely flat as he said, "There you are, honey. We were just talking about the town festival. The neighbors think we should host it here this year." My heart sank. Something in his tone was off, too polished, too rehearsed. I opened my mouth to protest, but the words felt stuck in my throat. "I don't think that's such a good idea," I managed, backing a step toward the stairs. Mrs. Johnson rose stiffly from her seat, the movement too slow, too deliberate, and her voice oozed artificial sweetness. "Oh, but we insist. It's tradition. The newest family always hosts." I looked to Mark, hoping, pleading for a flicker of recognition, a sign that he saw what I saw. But his eyes were distant, his smile vacant, as if he'd been hollowed out and filled with something else. I asked where the children were, trying to hide the growing edge of panic in my voice. Mr. Thompson smiled tightly. "They're playing at the park with the other children. They're in good hands." The way he said it turned my blood to ice. I faked a yawn, said something about needing to lie down after a long day, and excused myself upstairs, heart hammering, thoughts racing. I grabbed the nearest bag, stuffing in clothes and essentials with shaking hands, every instinct screaming that we had to run, now. I was zipping it shut when I heard it. Footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate, each one heavier than the last. Not Mark, not the kids. I scanned the room for a weapon, my gaze locking on a heavy brass lamp. I yanked the cord from the wall and gripped the base with white-knuckled fingers, hiding behind the door as the knob slowly turned. The door creaked open. I held my breath, muscles tense, ready to strike. And then, "Mom?" It was Lily's voice, small and soft, but wrong. Too calm, too distant. I lowered the lamp as she stepped into the room. But the second I saw her face, my stomach dropped. Her eyes were vacant, pupils dilated like a doll's, and her smile, God, that smile, it stretched too far, too perfect. "Everything's fine, Mom," she said in a sing-song tone, her head tilting unnaturally. "The neighbors say it's time. We need to go downstairs now." I stepped back, trembling, every maternal instinct at war with the horror blooming inside me. "Sweetie, we need to leave," I whispered. She didn't blink. "We can't leave. This is our home now. Forever." And behind her, the shadows in the hallway began to move. "Sweetheart, we need to leave right now," I whispered, my voice shaking as Lily stood before me, her head tilted at that impossible angle, her smile still stretched too wide. "We can't leave, Mom," she said, almost sweetly, like she was repeating a line she'd been taught. "This is our home now. Forever." And then I heard it. Footsteps on the stairs, more than one set. Deliberate and unhurried. A procession of weight pressing down through the floorboards. Shadows gathered in the hallway behind her, too many to count, silent and waiting. I didn't think, I just moved. I shoved past Lily, clutching the bag with numb fingers, and fled down the stairs, my breath ragged, my vision tunneling as I burst through the kitchen door and out into the cold night. The wind whipped at my face, and the grass burned beneath my feet as I ran blindly through the backyard, heart pounding against my ribs like it wanted out. Behind me came the sounds, doors creaking open, voices calling my name, too calm, too in sync, and footsteps following, gaining. I didn't look back, not yet. I ran through alleys and back roads I barely remembered, past houses where curtains parted just long enough for hollow eyes to watch me pass. And when I finally reached the edge of town, just before the old rusted sign that marked the limit, I made the mistake of turning around. They were all there. The entire town. Moving as one, like a single organism with dozens of limbs and no soul. At the front I saw Mark, his arm outstretched, his face passive, loving in a way that felt grotesque. Lily and Tom stood beside him, hands clasped, their eyes vacant black pools. "Come back," they said in unison, voices almost kind. "You belong here." I nearly fell to my knees, but some primal part of me kept going, legs trembling, lungs screaming. I didn't stop until the world changed, until the air felt different, the silence more natural. It was only when I saw flashing blue lights and the pale exterior of a police station 2 towns over that I let myself collapse. They didn't believe me, of course. No one would. I sounded unhinged, delusional, a grieving woman, spun into madness. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me to the edge of that town. And I know my family is still there,
Not dead, not exactly alive either, waiting for me to return and complete something I never agreed to. They've become part of whatever ancient hunger that place serves. And I've become the one that got away, for now. So I tell this story, not to be believed, but to warn. Be careful where you plant your roots. Not every welcome basket is a gift, and not every neighbor is what they seem. Some towns don't just want you to live there. They need you to. Story 4. The streetlights flickered weakly overhead as I pulled up to the curb, their pale orange glow casting long, shivering shadows across the deserted pavement. Midnight had long since passed, yet the silence draped over downtown like a shroud. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of rest, but the tense, unnatural stillness of something holding its breath. My phone pinged, confirming the pickup location, and I glanced up just as a figure stepped from the shadows. A tall man, lean and angular, wrapped in a long, dark coat that swept the ground like a shadow of its own. His face was mostly hidden beneath the brim of a fedora, but what little I could see was expressionless and cold. My hand hovered over the door lock for a moment longer than necessary before I forced a smile and tapped it open. Just another late-night fare, I told myself, pushing down the unease curling in my gut like smoke. He slid silently into the back seat without a word, and the weight of his presence settled in like a storm cloud. "Evening?" I said, glancing at him through the mirror. "Heading to Oakwood Avenue, right?" He gave a slow nod, his eyes meeting mine in the mirror with a stare so intense, so unblinking. It sent a shiver prickling up the back of my neck. I looked away quickly and pulled away from the curb, but the silence that fell over the car was suffocating. Normally, I'd fill the space with small talk, maybe a joke, something to ease the edge. But with him, every instinct screamed to stay quiet. I kept my eyes on the road, pretending not to notice how he never looked away, how his gaze lingered on the back of my head, like he was studying something fragile and breakable. The city fell away behind us, and the streets grew emptier, darker, unfamiliar. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I couldn't explain it, not exactly. But something about that man felt wrong, like he didn't belong to the world that existed under the streetlights, like he'd stepped out of some place that didn't follow the same rules of time, warmth, or mercy. I tried to convince myself that I was just tired, that I'd watched one too many true crime shows, alone in the dark. But deep down I knew better. There was something in that car with me that night that didn't feel entirely human. And the further we drove into the outskirts of town, the more I realized I wasn't the one in control of this ride anymore. We'd been driving for maybe 5 minutes, the city lights fading into the rear view and the dark swallowing the road ahead, when he finally spoke. His voice low and gravelly, laced with an accent I couldn't quite place, like it had traveled too far to still belong to any one place. "You do this often?" he asked, and the question felt less like small talk and more like an examination. "Drive at night?" I replied, trying to sound casual, though my grip on the steering wheel betrayed the tension building in my knuckles. "A few nights a week helps pay the bills." He gave a soft hum, like he was thinking something over, like maybe my answer confirmed a theory he'd already settled on.
Must meet all sorts of interesting people, he said. And I felt his eyes drilling into the back of my skull. I didn't dare meet his gaze in the mirror this time. Something about the way he stared, unblinking, dissecting, made my skin crawl. Then, with a tilt of his head, he asked, "So, what's your story?" The way he said it, it wasn't curiosity, it was hunger, like he was peeling something open layer by layer. "Oh, you know," I forced a chuckle, "just the usual. Work, sleep, repeat. The flexible hours help with my schedule." He echoed the word schedule softly, rolling it around in his mouth like a foreign object. "And what else does your schedule involve?" My breath caught. That wasn't a normal question. Not from a stranger, not like that. "Not much," I lied, trying to keep my tone light, but every instinct in me was screaming now. "The usual," I repeated, hoping to close the door on the conversation. "The usual," he said, and in that moment it didn't sound like an agreement, it sounded like an accusation. The silence that followed was heavier than before, pressing against my chest like a weight. I kept my eyes on the road, now unfamiliar and dark. Houses thinning out, streetlights growing sparse. Then, casually, like commenting on the weather, he said, "Tell me about your family." My blood turned to ice. "I don't really have much family." I lied again, heart pounding. He let out a soft chuckle, a sound that felt like it had teeth. "No? That's not what your profile says. In fact, I believe it mentions a sister in Millbrook. Lovely little town." My throat tightened. My rideshare profile didn't have anything like that. No personal details, nothing beyond a first name, and yet he smiled, as if savoring my rising fear. "I think you've got me confused with someone else," I managed, voice trembling. "Oh, I don't think so," he whispered. "Sarah. My name." Spoken aloud for the first time, I hadn't told him. I hadn't told anyone. I felt my body go cold, all over. Like something ancient and predatory had just slithered up from the depths of the dark, and I realized with bone-deep certainty that whatever this was, it wasn't just a ride anymore. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears, drowning out the hum of the tires on the pavement and the shallow sound of his breath behind me, calm and measured, like he was savoring every second. I didn't know what he was reaching for inside his coat, but something primal screamed that I couldn't wait to find out. Without thinking, I slammed my foot on the brake, the car lurching forward with a screech as his body jerked violently toward the front seat. I barely registered his curse as I yanked off my seatbelt and threw the door open, the cold night air hitting my face like a slap. I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. His footsteps thundered behind me like a second heartbeat. The street was darker than I remembered. Unfamiliar buildings crowding in, windows black, no one awake, no help coming. I ducked between two buildings, my shoes slipping on wet pavement as I pushed forward into the shadows. My lungs burned, every breath ragged, every step frantic and uneven. Then I stumbled, something jagged underfoot, and went down hard, my palms scraping against the gravel as pain shot up my arms. Before I could scramble up, something latched around my ankle like a vice, yanking me backward. I screamed, kicked, flailed, but his grip didn't loosen. He flipped me over with ease, And suddenly he was there, his face inches from mine, twisted in a grin that split too wide, eyes wild with something gleeful and inhuman. "That wasn't very nice," he cooed, mock concern dripping from his voice. "We were having such a lovely chat." I thrashed again, but it was useless. He was strong, too strong. "How do you know my name?" I gasped, desperate, terrified, trying to delay whatever was coming next. "What do you want from me?" His grin deepened, and he leaned in close enough that I could smell the faint copper on his breath. "I know everything, Sarah. Your hopes, your fears, your dirty little secrets," he whispered, voice soft like silk on skin, but laced with poison. "And what I want is to play a game." My mind reeled, but I nodded, stalling, searching for any way out. "What kind of game?" I asked, choking on my own voice. He pulled something from his coat, a long, wicked-looking knife that glinted beneath the thin beam of moonlight. "A simple one," he said, eyes gleaming. "I ask questions. You answer truthfully. Every lie," he dragged the blade gently across his palm, "comes with consequences." I froze, unable to breathe. "And if I don't play?" His hand tightened painfully around my wrist. "You're already playing, Sarah." And in that moment, with the blade so close, the darkness pressing in around us like a second skin, I knew there was no more running, only surviving the next question. I could feel the cold steel of the knife grazing the skin just beneath my collarbone as he smiled, a grotesque mockery of warmth twisting across his face, eyes locked onto mine like a predator, savoring the pause before the kill. "First question," he said, voice dipping into a childlike sing-song that made my stomach churn. "Why did you really start driving at night?" My mind flailed, trying to find the safest answer, the easiest lie. But the gleam in his eye and the subtle flex of the blade against my chest told me he'd know if I tried. I swallowed hard, heart hammering, and forced out the truth I'd never said aloud. Not to friends, not even to myself. I was trying to avoid someone. "My ex," I murmured, barely able to hear myself over the pounding in my ears. He wouldn't leave me alone. Nights felt safer. He tilted his head like a curious animal, eyes narrowing in amusement, lips twitching into approval. "Very good, Sarah," he whispered, savoring my name like it tasted sweet. "Honesty suits you." My body trembled as I fought to keep breathing evenly, the weight of fear pressing into every inch of my skin. "Next question," he continued, resting the knife gently on his knee, his tone almost conversational. "What's your biggest fear?" I wanted to lie. I wanted to tell him something cliché, something small, but the way he leaned in, waiting, daring me to be real, made it impossible. "Being helpless," I whispered, barely holding back the tears. "Losing control of my own life, of my choices." His eyes lit up with delight, as though he'd found the perfect string to pull. "Interesting," he said softly. "And how in control do you feel right now?" I bit my lip hard enough to taste blood, but I didn't answer. My silence made him laugh quietly, the kind of laugh that carries no humor, just cruelty. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice cracking. "Why are you doing this?" He tisked, waving the knife like a disappointed teacher. Now. That's not how the game works. I ask the questions, remember? His voice was syrupy with mock patience, and I could feel the ground shifting beneath my mind, like gravity itself had turned against me. The longer I sat there, the more I realized this wasn't just a game to him. It was a ritual, a performance, and I was both audience and sacrifice. I tried to study his face, to read him, to find anything human left in his expression, but what stared back at me was hollow, hungry, and terrifyingly calm. Somewhere deep inside, I knew he was leading me to something, one question at a time, and that if I didn't find a way to break free soon, he would keep peeling back layers until there was nothing left of me to answer at all. The air was thick with tension, my pulse thudding in my ears like a countdown I couldn't escape. His knife still resting on his knee as he considered his next question with a sick kind of pleasure, the corners of his mouth twitching in rhythm with my panic. I could feel myself unraveling under his stare, each second dragging me deeper into something I couldn't name, something cold and ancient and cruel. But then, suddenly, a sharp burst of light flooded the alley, searing through the darkness like a divine interruption. I blinked against the high beams of a car that had turned into the alleyway, engine revving. As it idled only feet away from us, he froze, just for a breath. His head snapped toward the light, expression twisting into something almost feral, the knife slipping slightly in his grip as the moment fractured. That second of hesitation was all I needed. I pulled away from him, scrambling backward through the dirt and gravel, the world around me spinning in fractured sound and adrenaline. The car screeched to a halt beside me, and as the door flung open, I saw her, Marge. Her familiar face, etched with shock and urgency, leaning out of the window with eyes wide. "Sarah!" she shouted. "My God, are you okay?" My voice caught in my throat, but I managed a shaky nod, the sight of her breaking through the nightmare like a rope pulling me from deep water. She threw open the passenger door and helped me in, her hands steady where mine trembled uncontrollably. Behind us, the man had risen to his feet, his silhouette now stark and skeletal against the glare of the headlights. He didn't run, not at first. He just stood there, watching us, his eyes meeting mine one last time with a burning intensity that made the world seem to narrow around that gaze alone. He smiled, slow and deliberate, a silent promise etched in shadow. Then, with a sharp pivot, he vanished into the darkness between buildings, swallowed by the alley's mouth as if he'd never existed. Marge's foot slammed the gas, and we tore out of there, the silence between us heavy with what hadn't been said, with what couldn't be explained. "How did you know?" I finally whispered, my voice barely audible over the rush of blood in my ears. She glanced at me, face pale, voice tight. Insulation pinged in this area. Something felt off. I don't know why. I just came. I nodded numbly, staring out the window, heart still trying to claw its way out of my chest. But as the city lights began to return and safety seemed within reach, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't escaped. Not really. His face lingered in my mind,
like a stain. That final look burned into memory like a scar, and I knew, as surely as I knew my own name, that this was just an intermission. The game wasn't over. It was waiting, watching, and one day it would begin again. In the days that followed, I did everything you're supposed to do. I filed a report with the police, recounted every detail, with trembling hands and a voice that barely felt like mine, changed my number, packed up my life in boxes, and moved to an apartment on the other side of the city where the shadows fell differently at night. I stopped driving, especially after dark. The idea of another stranger slipping into the back seat, of another voice behind me, breathing too slowly, speaking too softly, it was more than I could bear. I told myself it was over, that what happened was some twisted fluke, a brush with something dark and inexplicable that I'd survived by the skin of my teeth. But no matter how many locks I turned, or passwords I changed, or curtains I closed tight before bed, I couldn't shake him. Not really. He lived in the corners of my mind now, in every glance over my shoulder, in every echo of footsteps that didn't quite match my own. Some nights I'd be walking home from work and feel it, that same heaviness in the air, like the world had paused just long enough to remind me he was still out there. I'd see a man in a dark coat, waiting at a crosswalk or standing near a bus stop, and my throat would close up before my brain could even process whether it was him or not. I'd duck into alleyways just to hide, press my back to cold brick, heart hammering like it was trying to warn me of something unseen. And every time I closed my eyes, I heard his voice, taunting, patient, like the game had only just begun. Because deep down I knew that night hadn't been the end. It was only a prologue. That smile he gave me right before disappearing into the shadows wasn't a goodbye. It was a promise, a pause, a held breath in a longer, crueler game. And even now, months later, when the city sleeps and my windows rattle softly with wind, I find myself listening too closely, waiting for the silence to shift, for the rules to change again. I know he's still out there, watching, waiting, learning new ways to play. And next time I'm not sure I'll be lucky enough to escape before the first question. Story 5. I cut the engine in front of the first abandoned house I saw, and the silence that followed pressed down on me like a weight. There was no wind, no birds, not even the soft rustle of leaves. It was as if the world had muted itself the moment I arrived. I checked my phone, hoping for a bar or two, but the screen stared back at me with nothing, no signal. That annoyed me, but not enough to turn back. I was here for photos, and I had a job to do. I grabbed my camera, locked the car, and stepped onto the cracked gravel road. I've always enjoyed remote places, the solitude, the stillness. But this stillness didn't feel right. It felt unnatural, as if the place itself was holding its breath. The road was worn and broken, with weeds pushing through every crevice, like the earth was trying to reclaim what man had abandoned. The buildings lining the street were in various stages of decay, peeling paint, sagging roofs, shattered windows, and only 2 still had curtains hanging limply behind the glass. I drifted toward what looked like an old store. The sign above the door was too faded to read clearly, but I guessed it might have once said General Store.
I raised my camera and began shooting. Wide angles of the rotting boards, close-ups of the cracked windows, where glass splintered in delicate, crooked lines. The whole structure felt like it had been frozen in time, untouched for years, but somehow not entirely empty. I stepped onto the porch, and the wooden planks creaked under my weight. My chest tightened. I paused, held my breath, listening for any sound, anything at all. But there was only that smothering silence. I moved slowly, adjusting my stance to find better angles. The wood groaned beneath me, soft and tired. Then, just as I stepped off the porch and my boots crunched against the gravel road again, I heard it. A second crunch, perfectly timed to my own. I froze. The air suddenly felt colder. I spun around. No one. The street was empty, just the same sagging houses and broken fences. I scanned the area, searching for movement. An animal, a person, anything. But there was nothing. I told myself it must have been the sound bouncing off the buildings, an echo in the still air. But even as I tried to rationalize it, the logic didn't hold. My skin prickled. My fingers tightened around the camera. I knew I was alone out there, or at least I should have been. But something in that silence made me feel observed, as if the village itself had opened an unseen eye and was watching me from behind every broken window and behind every door nailed shut. I stayed a little longer, pretending to focus on my work, but in the back of my mind something had shifted. I was no longer just documenting an abandoned town. I was stepping into its memory, and something in that memory didn't want to be disturbed. The narrow alley was barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. The cracked walls on either side, flaking with peeling paint that left a faint, musty scent in the air, like damp wood and mold, left to rot for years. My shoulders brushed the surface as I crouched, trying to get a low angle shot of some scattered boards and broken glass near a crumbling doorway. The village was utterly still, but not in a peaceful way. Felt like the silence was listening, like the air was too dense, holding something it didn't want to share. As I stood up, camera still in hand, I heard it again, that same crunching sound on the gravel right behind me. Closer this time. Too close. My breath hitched, and I turned sharply, heart thudding in my chest. But there was nothing. Just the alley walls, the faint outline of the road beyond, and that eerie stillness pressing down around me. I stepped out fast, back onto the main street, wiping the sweat from my palms onto my jeans. My neck was tight, shoulders sore, like every muscle had tensed without me noticing. I wanted to say something, maybe call out, break the tension, but I bit it back. If someone was playing games, I wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Still, my skin crawled as I looked up and noticed a curtain in one of the houses hanging halfway, like it had just been yanked or pulled aside. But again, no movement, no face, no shadow, just the memory of motion like a breath that had already passed. I left soon after, telling myself I'd just imagined it all. By the time I got back to the inn, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the parking lot, but none of them moved. I checked in quietly, barely noticing the details of the place. The soda machine, the creaky stairs. My mind was still in that alley, still straining to hear that crunch again. That night, sleep came slow and shallow. I tossed, turned, stared at the ceiling until exhaustion
finally dragged me under. But even then, the village followed. I was back on that cracked road, the same crooked buildings around me. Only this time, every window felt like an eye. The footsteps returned, not mine this time, but steady, deliberate, growing louder with every heartbeat. I turned in the dream, and there it was. A shadow, no face, no features, but so vividly watching me, I felt it like heat on my back. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move, like the road had turned to tar beneath me. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, my chest tight. And for a moment I didn't know where I was. The room was dark and unfamiliar. The silence was back. And I wasn't sure if I had brought something with me out of that dream, or if something had followed me. The next morning I returned to the village under a clear blue sky, sunlight spilling across the rooftops like paint, but the warmth did nothing to cut through the unease that curled in my gut. The silence was still there, unbroken, unnatural, absolute. No chirping birds, no rustling leaves, not even the distant sound of a breeze through trees. It was the kind of quiet that feels heavy, like a lid pressed down over the whole place. I parked near the same crumbling storefront and started moving through the street with my camera in hand, forcing myself into a rhythm, snapping shots of the warped siding, the unusual roof lines, the skeletal remains of porches that sagged like old bones. The houses stood close together, their windows either gaping open or sealed shut with grime. And every now and then I spotted a curtain, some faded, some surprisingly new, but none moved. It was like the village was trying to pretend it was still alive, wearing the disguise of habit, of normalcy. I found a mailbox nailed crookedly to a fence, the name etched into it barely legible. Letters scratched away until only GR remained. I stared at it for a moment longer than I meant to, wondering what kind of person had once lived there, and why the name felt like it had been deliberately erased. My steps took me farther in until I came to a small wooden house I'd overlooked the day before. Its paint was flaking off in sheets, and the front steps looked like they'd crumble under the weight of a bird. I didn't dare test them. Instead, I crouched down across the road to frame a low-angle shot, trying to capture the deep grooves in the wood, the way decay seemed to cling to every inch of the structure like a second skin. That's when I heard it. A squeak, faint but distinct, the sound of a floorboard giving under pressure. My hands stilled. I raised my head and stared at the windows. They were clouded with dirt, impossible to see through clearly. But something inside shifted, or at least I thought it did. My breath caught in my throat, and I stayed frozen there, camera half raised, waiting for a second sound that never came. Just the echo of that single creak, reverberating in the stillness like a whisper. I scanned the house, the shadows behind the windows, the door that hung slightly askew, but saw no movement. Yet the feeling settled in again. That I wasn't alone, that something behind those walls had stirred when I aimed my lens. I stayed for a few seconds longer, pretending to check my camera settings, but the truth is I was listening, straining for the slightest hint that the house might move again. It didn't, but the silence felt different now, tighter, like it was holding its breath, waiting. I stood there frozen, eyes fixed on the dusty window, fingers clenched so tightly around my camera
that my knuckles ached, and without really thinking, I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounding thinner than I expected in that dead, unmoving air. No response. Just the same cold silence that seemed to stretch between the rotting walls and shuttered windows. I cleared my throat and called again, louder this time, sharper, hoping maybe it would flush out a dog, a person, anything, but the village didn't answer. The house remained still, its cracked door slightly ajar, the shadows behind the glass like bruises in the light. Then, from somewhere deep inside, a sound broke through the silence. A loud, solid thud, as if something heavy had dropped straight to the floor. The impact reverberated through my bones. I stumbled back instinctively, heart thundering in my ears, mouth gone dry. That wasn't the creak of old wood, not the sigh of an abandoned structure settling into itself. That was movement, deliberate, immediate. My skin prickled with a cold sweat, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from the door frame, where the wood near the handle looked splintered like someone had tried to force it open from either side. No footsteps followed, no voice came from within, but I could feel it. Something had changed in that house. I wasn't just looking at a ruin anymore. I was standing in front of something awake. Every instinct in me screamed to leave, but my legs didn't move. I just stood there, pulse hammering, trying to convince myself I was overreacting, that it could have been a beam collapsing, a loose board giving way. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The noise had weight to it. Intention. Like it had been waiting for someone to get close. My chest tightened. The air felt thin, and I became painfully aware of how alone I was. No signal, no backup. Just me in this place that didn't want to be seen. I forced myself to back away slowly, refusing to turn my back completely, as if whatever was inside would reach out the moment I lost sight of the doorway. Nothing moved. Yet the feeling of being watched only intensified. The windows, opaque with years of dirt, looked darker now, less like barriers and more like eyes. As I took one final step away, a sudden sharp squeak rang out from inside, fast, high, like a nail dragged across a board, and it sent an electric jolt through my chest. I nearly dropped the camera. My breath caught. I didn't wait to hear anything else. I walked as calmly as I could manage, heart pounding so loud I thought it might give me away. And even as I put distance between myself and that house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted behind those walls and that it had marked me the moment I looked inside. As I moved farther down the street, trying to shift my focus back to the camera, back to the work, my eyes kept darting to that wooden house, each step away feeling more like retreat than progress. Then I saw it. A faint motion from the side window, where the curtain hung crooked. Dust caked and faded. It shifted, just slightly, enough to catch the light in a way it hadn't before. I stopped in my tracks, heart jolting. I stared at it, breath held, waiting for the movement to repeat, for a silhouette to take shape behind the glass, for anything to confirm I hadn't imagined it. But the curtain hung still again, limp and lifeless as before. Maybe a breeze, I told myself, though I hadn't felt even the softest wind all day. The silence was too complete for that. I kept moving, faster now, the camera slapping lightly against my chest with each step. The dusty gravel crunched beneath my boots,
and every sound I made seemed to echo too loudly off the empty buildings. My chest felt tight, my breath shallow, like I'd been holding in panic too long and it was starting to leak through the cracks. When I reached my car, I fumbled the keys, fingers clumsy, and practically threw myself into the driver's seat, locking the doors the moment they shut. I gripped the wheel with both hands, just breathing, trying to steady myself, but my heart thumped with stubborn urgency. The village still sat silent around me, unmoving, unchanged, yet somehow hostile now. I started the engine and eased the car onto the narrow road, glancing back once just to be sure I wasn't leaving anything or anyone behind. That's when I saw it, or thought I did. In the rearview mirror, just past the edge of a house, something shifted. A flicker of movement, too fast to catch in detail, but slow enough to register as deliberate. I turned my head, scanning the street through the back window, but there was only stillness. Empty houses, slanted roofs, cracked windows. I told myself it had to be a curtain or a shutter caught in a breeze I never felt. But the knot in my stomach didn't loosen. If anything, it pulled tighter. The deeper I drove into daylight, the further I put that place behind me, the more I felt it hadn't let me go. That something unseen still trailed me just out of view, just beyond the mirror's edge. And even now, I don't know if what I saw was real, or if the village had simply reached out and left something behind in me. That night, sleep refused to come easy. I lay in the stiff bed, eyes fixed to the ceiling as the hours crept by in silence, but even when I finally drifted off, I found no rest. My dreams were fractured and dark, filled with the sounds I had tried so hard to forget. The crunch of gravel behind me, the long, aching squeal of warped floorboards under unseen weight, and the suffocating presence of something that lingered just out of sight. Shadows crept along the walls in my sleep, bending in ways they shouldn't, stretching across rooms I didn't recognize but somehow knew. I woke again and again, heart racing, shirt damp with sweat, unsure whether I had actually heard those sounds or simply carried them with me from that cursed village. Every creak of the inn's old pipes felt too close, too familiar. By dawn, I was hollowed out, nerves raw, but something in me insisted on going back. One final time. I told myself it was to finish the job, to capture the last few shots and walk away for good, but a deeper part of me needed to see it again, to confirm it was real. The sky had turned gray when I stepped outside, clouds heavy and unmoving, casting a cold, dead light over everything. The air bit at my skin in a way it hadn't before. Sharp, metallic. And as I drove toward the village, it felt like the world was holding its breath again. When I arrived, the buildings looked worse than they had the day before. Somehow more decayed, as if the night had gnawed on them while no one watched. The wood sagged deeper, the paint seemed duller, and the windows darker, like the glass had thickened with rot. The silence felt heavier than before, and the cold wasn't just in the air anymore. It had seeped into my bones. I stepped out of the car and immediately felt it again, that sensation of being watched, not from one direction, but from all of them at once, like the village itself had turned its full attention on me. I raised my camera, hands already trembling, and told myself this would be quick. Just a few more photos and then I would leave. But even as I clicked the shutter, even as I lined up the shots, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed since yesterday. That whatever lived in the silence was closer now, more aware, more curious. And I began to wonder if I had come back by choice, or if
I had been expected. I moved through the village one last time, camera in hand, telling myself I was just tying up loose ends, capturing the final shots, finishing what I started. But every step felt like a trespass. Every shutter click like a violation. The air was colder than before, damp and weighty, clinging to my skin like a warning. The buildings leaned inward, darker under the gray sky, and the silence was no longer just eerie. It was expectant. I avoided the wooden house at first, working my way through other angles, documenting collapsed porches, peeling paint, rusted fences, but I couldn't ignore the pull. Eventually, I turned toward it again, standing across the road, lining up the frame to shoot from a distance. The lens trembled slightly in my grip, but I held it steady, focusing on the texture of the wood, the warped windows that seemed even more clouded than before. And then it happened. Clear as day this time. A long, groaning creak echoed from within the house, sharp and deliberate, like weight shifting on an old board. My whole body tensed. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. The sound hung in the air like a question, daring me to step closer, to look through the glass, to acknowledge that whatever was inside wasn't finished with me. But I couldn't do it. I didn't want to know what made that sound. I didn't want to see what might be waiting in the dark beyond the door. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my teeth. And suddenly the cold wasn't just in the air, it was in me. I lowered the camera and stepped back. Each movement, stiff, mechanical, like my body was acting before my mind could even form the decision. No one came out, no voices called. But the feeling that I had been seen, known, followed, it was suffocating. I didn't run, but every part of me wanted to. I turned and walked, fast and unsteady, gravel crunching beneath my boots. Vision narrowing, breath coming in short, shallow bursts. I didn't look back. I didn't want to risk seeing anything in the windows. When I reached the car, I barely registered unlocking the doors before sliding in and starting the engine with trembling hands. I didn't check my mirrors. I didn't wait. I drove away with the kind of certainty you don't argue with. And even now, I know I made the right choice. Whatever was in that house, in that village, it didn't want me to leave with just photographs. It wanted to be remembered. Or worse, it wanted to be followed. I didn't look back for long as I drove away from that village. The road ahead winding and empty, the rear view mirror offering nothing but stillness. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that if I stared too long, I might catch something shifting in the distance, something that didn't want to be seen leaving its home. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary, the skin cold and damp. And though I was miles away within an hour, the weight of the place lingered like fight inside my chest. It wasn't just fear, it was something heavier, something that stuck to the ribs, even with daylight creeping through the windshield, even with the hum of the engine beneath me. I couldn't silence the echo of those sounds, the crunch of gravel too perfectly timed with my own steps, the slow ache of floorboards, giving underweight that wasn't mine, the absence of any wind or bird or life. That silence, it hadn't been empty. It had been full. Watching, listening, holding something back. When I got back to the inn, I didn't unpack. I didn't rest. I uploaded the photos to my hard drive like I always do, but I didn't sort them. I didn't touch them. For days, they just sat in a folder, untouched, unshared. And when I finally worked up the nerve to flip through them, my chest tightened all over again. Frame after frame of old buildings, broken signs, sagging roofs, and dust-choked windows. Nothing obviously strange, no dark figures in the corners or faces behind the glass. But the feeling came back anyway. That prickling unease, that slow crawl of something standing just out of frame. It wasn't what was captured in the photos that haunted me. It was what wasn't. The knowledge that something had been there just beyond the lens, just beyond my reach. I never posted those pictures. I never told anyone about the trip, not really. What would I even say? That an abandoned village had looked at me and decided I shouldn't forget it? That silence can follow you like a voice you never heard. I kept the folder, though. I've opened it a few times over the years, usually late at night when I can't sleep, when I think maybe I imagined the whole thing. But every time I scroll through those images, my stomach knots, and my eyes linger too long on the windows, waiting for movement. And each time I remember the way the air felt on my skin, the way my instincts screamed while logic whispered. Some part of me knows I was never alone in that place. Some part of me believes that Village is still watching, that it was alive the entire time, and that maybe, just maybe, it still is. Story 6. They said isolation would heal me. That's what Dr. Henley insisted anyway. After the breakdown, after the meds stopped working, after the hospital bed began to feel more like a coffin with beeping, his prescription was simple. Total disconnection, no screens, no obligations, just silence, just space. So I drove into the mountains. 3 weeks in a secluded cabin, nestled deep among the pines. No neighbors, no service, just the distant whisper of a creek threading its way through granite and moss. The air smelled sharp, like pine needles crushed underfoot, and the promise of snow. It felt right, still, clean. At first I slept a lot. My body needed it. My mind, numbed by exhaustion and medication, was slow to reboot. But by day 4, a strange little ritual began. And I didn't think much of it at the time. I'd brought a box of expensive Belgian chocolates with me. A silly indulgence, really. Gold foil wrapped truffles. Something about their neatness, their precision, felt comforting. That first night I left them on the counter without thinking, too tired to bother putting them away. The next morning I noticed them still sitting there, untouched. And for reasons I couldn't explain, I felt disappointed, like I'd expected something different. The following night I arranged them more carefully, lined them up in a neat little row. I told myself it was aesthetic. Just a small moment of control in a world that had spun wildly out of mine. But when I laid in bed that night, I found myself listening. Not for anything in particular, just listening to the silence. By the 4th night, the routine had become deliberate. The chocolates, the placement, the strange sense of anticipation. Something about it calmed me, made the cabin feel
not quite so empty, like I wasn't entirely alone. I didn't yet know how wrong I was. The first impossibility came with the sunrise. I shuffled into the kitchen expecting to see the chocolates just as I'd left them, lined up neatly in their gold foil coats, a quiet indulgence, but they were gone. All of them. Every single one. In their place were tiny paper shapes, and that's when the air in the room changed. The foil wrappers hadn't been crumpled or tossed aside. They'd been folded, each one delicately, precisely transformed into miniature origami figures. Birds, I thought at first. Or maybe flowers. Hard to tell at that size. They were no larger than my thumbnail, arranged in a perfect row along the edge of the counter, gleaming softly in the morning light. My hands shook when I picked one up. The folds were immaculate. Razor-sharp creases, precise symmetry, intricate geometry. Professional wouldn't even begin to describe it. These weren't casual hobbyist creations. They were deliberate, flawless, obsessive. But I was alone, 3 miles to the nearest neighbor. All windows and doors locked from the inside. No broken glass, no footprints. I had even sprinkled flour across the kitchen floor the night before. Part curiosity, part paranoia. The white powder remained pristine, undisturbed. That left only one explanation: me. The rational part of my brain tried to piece it together. Maybe it was a fugue state, a side effect of the new meds. Maybe I sleepwalked. Maybe some repressed, latent talent had emerged in the night. An artistic savant awakened by trauma and pharmaceutical cocktails. But none of it made sense. I'd never done origami in my life. I couldn't fold a paper airplane properly when I was sober, let alone craft miniatures so precise. They looked machine-made. And the worst part? The feeling that I was being watched. Not in a paranoid, drug-induced way, but as if the cabin itself were aware of me, waiting for my next move. That night, I laid out more chocolates, this time with intention. I arranged them in rows, 12 perfect spheres, equidistant, precisely measured. I even documented their placement in a notebook, sketches, measurements, timestamps, and once again I scattered flour across the floor, a silent witness. I didn't sleep well. Dreams came in fragments, small hands folding paper in darkness, voices that sounded like dry leaves brushing against one another, whispers that weren't quite in a language I understood. Twice I woke up certain I'd heard movement in the kitchen, but when I checked, nothing was there. Nothing except silence. And in the morning, once again, the chocolates were gone. The origami remained. More of them this time. Dozens. The origami figures kept multiplying. Each morning there were more tiny golden sculptures left in place of the chocolates, their folds even sharper, their forms more complex. What began as birds and flowers soon evolved into intricate spirals, symmetrical patterns that weren't just decorative. They flowed. That's the best word I can find. The shapes, the placement, they carried a direction, an intent.
Like a river follows the pull of gravity, these figures seemed to follow something deeper.
And they all pointed the same way. At first it was subtle, just a bend in a line, a slight shift in the arrangement. But by the sixth morning, the pattern was unmistakable. A silent current of folded paper, pulling my attention toward a part of the cabin I'd barely noticed before. A door in the hallway, wooden, unmarked, tucked between two cabinets, like a forgotten thought. I'd assumed it was a closet, maybe a pantry or some kind of utility space. But now it felt different, important, like it had always been there, waiting to be seen.
That night I didn't sleep. I brewed strong coffee and took up watch in the living room where I could see the chocolates I'd arranged. 24 golden spheres this time, laid out in a perfect ring. I was determined to catch whatever was behind this. Hours passed. Midnight came and went. Nothing moved. Then at 3:17 a.m., one piece vanished. Not taken, not disturbed, simply gone. No sound, no flicker of motion. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. A second disappeared at 3:23, two more at 3:31. I tried to focus, to catch it, but it always happened in that breath between blinks. Like reality itself skipped a frame. By 4 a.m., the counter was bare. And then it began. The origami reappeared, not placed by hand, not dropped or slid across the counter, but materialized, as if summoned from the air itself. Dozens of them bloomed into existence, folding themselves into shape, as if obeying invisible fingers. They spilled down the cabinets across the floor, forming a golden river that stretched through the hallway and stopped at the basement door. Not just in its direction, no. This time they pointed. Every figure, every crease, aligned with mathematical precision toward that single spot of solid oak. And from the other side, I heard it. A sound I still can't describe without my skin crawling. A crunch, deliberate, repeating, as if someone or something was savoring something soft and sweet just beyond the wood. It started with the crunching, soft at first, faint, rhythmic, deliberate, like someone slowly chewing something brittle, something sweet. It came from behind the basement door, just after dawn. Every single morning, I pressed my ear against the wood once. The sound was unmistakable. Crunch. Click, click. Crunch. A methodical cadence like savoring. Not mechanical, not animal. Human. Almost. But not quite. I tried the handle. Locked. As always, the brass was cold to the touch. Ice cold. So cold, in fact, that when I pulled my hand away, my fingerprints lingered on the metal, in a thin layer of frost. But the air inside the cabin was warm. There was no reason for frost. None. I began documenting everything. Sketches, timestamps. I tracked the patterns of the origami figures, recorded the temperature, the sounds. But every note I wrote only led to more questions. The origami had evolved again. Gone were the birds and blossoms. Now they were something else. Shapes I didn't recognize. Complex. Angular. They hurt to look at for too long, as if my brain was trying to process geometry it wasn't meant to understand. They pointed harder now. Not just flowing in a direction, but insisting. arrows, outstretched hands, even tiny folded compasses, all their golden needles aimed squarely at the basement door. And the sounds, they grew bolder, louder, no longer just crunching. There were voices now, whispered conversations beneath the floorboards, low, rustling tones like words wrapped in dry leaves. Sometimes I thought I heard laughter, not joyful, not even malicious, just pleased, satisfied, like something was enjoying itself. On the 10th night, I stood there, just stood, hand hovering near the handle, pulse hammering in my ears. And then I heard it. A slow, deliberate scrape. Fingernails, I thought, scratching along the wood from the inside. Not clawing, not frantic, just exploring, just letting me know it was there. That was the moment I broke. I fled, slammed the bedroom door, shoved a chair beneath the handle like some child hiding from monsters. I didn't sleep. Couldn't. But the next morning, the cabin had changed. The origami was everywhere, not just on the kitchen counter anymore, but crawling across every surface. They clung to the windows like insects, drifted beneath furniture like dead leaves, gathered in corners, aligned with terrifying precision. It was as if the cabin itself had become a compass. Every fold, every figure, every tiny golden hand pointing toward the basement, whatever was down there. It wanted me to come. And now, the whole house was helping it. On the 19th night, I woke to silence. Not the peaceful kind, but the type that presses against your eardrums. Too still, too complete. The kind that feels intentional. I sat up slowly, disoriented, and that's when I saw them. Origami. Thousands of them. They covered every surface of my bedroom. The dresser, the windowsill, the floor. They climbed the walls like ivy, flowed across the ceiling like constellations. And they weren't scattered randomly. No. They were arranged meticulously, geometrically, into a miniature city. Streets, towers, bridges, a paper metropolis rising from gold foil and quiet obsession. All of it oriented toward the center of the room, toward me. They circled my bed in perfect symmetry, their tiny, folded edges glinting in the moonlight. It didn't feel hostile, but it did feel expectant. And when I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the origami parted. Not chaotically, not blown by a breeze or brushed aside by my feet. They moved deliberately, creating a narrow, golden path that stretched from my bedroom door through the cabin's shadowed hallways and straight to the basement. The door was open. I don't remember unlocking it. I'm not even sure I touched the handle. But it stood there now, wide, waiting, its frame glowing faintly in the dark, like something pulled from the pages of a dream. The wood beneath my bare feet was warm, too warm. I stepped across the threshold. What lay beyond wasn't a basement. It was something else. The staircase descended into blackness, so thick it felt like silk pulled across my eyes. But the air, it was warm and alive, humming with unseen motion. Scents wafted upward, impossible combinations: chocolate, cinnamon,
old parchment, pine needles, fresh snow and breath, and the faint metallic sting of blood. With each step, the air grew heavier, not oppressive exactly, but charged, like the atmosphere in a cathedral or an old theater just before something magnificent or terrible takes the stage. Shapes moved in the dark, not threatening but purposeful. The same sounds I'd heard for days, rustling paper, gentle crunching, were all around me now, soft and steady, like dozens of unseen hands folding and folding and folding. And then ahead, a glow, not electric, something older, amber-colored and warm, like candlelight behind honey. It illuminated just enough to see what waited below. A workshop. Long wooden tables, shelves stacked with strange containers, some holding shimmering dust, others filled with what looked like starlight trapped in glass, and covering every surface, origami. But not like the ones upstairs. These were worlds, galaxies, structures no human hands should have been able to shape. A paper civilization born of patience, obsession, and something deeper. And somewhere in the center, something was waiting, smiling. In the center of that glowing golden workshop, it sat. A figure. At first glance, it looked human, seated at a workbench, hunched over its creation. But even from across the room, I could tell something was wrong. Not grotesque, just off. Its proportions didn't fit the rules I knew. Fingers too long, neck slightly too still. Its movements were too smooth, too fluid, like watching paper fold itself under the command of thought alone. It didn't look up at first.
Its hands, if they were hands, were working on something. A dragon, I realized. An origami dragon, so detailed, I could see the suggestion of scales, the curve of claws, even the flick of a tongue made from a single paper edge. I watched, breath caught in my throat as the figure folded the impossible into form. Then it looked at me. Its eyes weren't cruel or kind, just ancient, too bright, like light refracted through gold foil. Its face was almost human, almost like a mask that forgot to finish molding. "You've been so generous," it said. The voice didn't come like normal sound, it came like a texture, like paper being creased slowly, purposefully, like pages turning in a book no one else was reading. "Not everyone appreciates craftsmanship these days," it continued, gesturing faintly to the endless shelves behind it, shelves that stretched too far in every direction. "But you understand the value of the forgotten, the discarded, the small things." I wanted to speak. I truly did, but my mouth wouldn't work. My thoughts moved like syrup, slow and thick. It stood then, holding the finished dragon between its fingers, letting the light catch the folds like stained glass. "All from your gifts," it said. "Each wrapper, a new beginning, each fold, a new story. You fed something old, something that remembers the worth of beauty made from ruin." Then it offered me a choice. "You could stay," it whispered,
not with its mouth, but through the sound of unfolding, soft, sacred, infinite. So much to create, so much to transform. You belong here, with the makers. Behind it, the workshop pulsed with life. Not mechanical, not magical, living. Every sheet of paper, every folded corner seemed to breathe in rhythm with some unknowable heart. I looked down at my hands. They were trembling, but somewhere beneath the fear, beneath the awe, something stirred. A question, a longing. Could I really become part of this? A weaver of quiet wonders? A builder of whispered worlds? The figure smiled, and it was the kind of smile that didn't end at the mouth. It echoed in the folds of the universe. I almost stayed. God, I wanted to. That place, the workshop, the warmth, the golden hush of creation. It felt like stepping into the bloodstream of something older than time. A sanctuary for forgotten things. A cathedral for those who still believed in wonder. And for one long, perfect moment, I felt like I belonged, but something else stirred inside me. Something small, faint. The memory of morning coffee, the sound of traffic below my apartment window, the way sunlight cuts across a kitchen table when no one's watching. Ordinary things. That quiet longing pulled me backward. I left the workshop in silence, climbed the warm wooden stairs, each step harder than the last, as if the air behind me was trying to hold me in place. The cabin above felt smaller now, duller, like returning from a dream you can't explain but ache for, all the same. I packed in a daze, no ceremony, no hesitation, just motion. As I loaded the last bag into the trunk, I looked back, just once. Smoke curled from the chimney, even though I hadn't lit the fireplace that morning. And in the kitchen window, barely visible in the golden light, stood a figure. Its silhouette was long, slightly wrong. It raised one hand, long-fingered, slow, and waved. I didn't wave back. I just drove. The winding road down the mountain felt unfamiliar, like I was leaving one reality and re-entering another. And maybe I was. It's been 3 months. Dr. Henley says I'm doing well, that I've made excellent progress. The medication helps, the panic attacks are rare now, and I've resumed work. Routine is good, they say. It keeps the mind anchored. But some nights, when the city's quiet enough to hear your own thoughts, I still hear it. That gentle crunch, the soft rustle of folding paper. It doesn't scare me. Not anymore. Sometimes, after opening mail or unwrapping a sandwich, I catch myself folding the paper. Absent-minded at first. Just birds. Flowers. Shapes I remember from school. But lately, the folds have become more complicated. My hands know movements I never learned. They remember. I tell myself the chocolates I buy are for clients. Office treats, something to leave in the break room. But somehow there are always extras, and somehow they always end up arranged on my kitchen counter in neat, deliberate patterns that feel familiar, significant, necessary. Just in case. I tell people I'm better now. That's what they want to hear. 3 months in the city.
back in my apartment, back to the hum of traffic and deadlines and dry cleaning. My coworkers smile at the new calm in my voice. My therapist marks progress in percentages. Dr. Henley says healing takes time. And maybe that's true, but some nights time folds. It begins in small ways. Innocent enough. I unwrap something, chocolates usually. I tell myself I buy them for guests, for meetings, for polite office offerings, but they never leave my kitchen. They sit on the counter, right where the light hits in the morning, arranged without thought, yet always in some shape. A ring, a line, a spiral, and then there's the folding. I don't remember learning origami, not really, but my hands do. Simple birds became cranes, then flowers, then things harder to name, shapes that don't belong to any animal or structure I know, but still feel right. Sometimes I finish one and find myself staring at it for minutes, as if waiting for it to move. And sometimes I think it does. Late at night, when the city exhales into quiet, I hear things. That same soft crunching, slow and deliberate. The rustle of foil, the whisper of paper creasing itself into form. A faint laugh, dry as old parchment, coming not from outside, but from within, from beneath the floor or behind the walls, or the seams of my own mind. I check the locks, I sleep with the lights on. I burn candles I don't remember buying, but still, the chocolates disappear. And in the morning, something waits for me. A folded message, a pattern across the countertop, a single golden figure watching from the windowsill. I haven't been back to the cabin. I don't plan to, but I'm beginning to understand something I didn't before. Maybe I never truly left that basement. Maybe the workshop wasn't just a place, but a promise. A quiet pact sealed in foil and fold. A welcome offered not with words, but with creation. And every fold I make now, every shape that slides from my fingers like memory, feels less like imitation and more like continuation. So yes, I'm fine. I go to work. I smile. I sleep. But somewhere, just beyond the edges of what I admit, something else is unfolding. Patiently. Deliberately. And it's waiting for me to finish the next shape. Story 7. The fog rolled in thick from the northwest that October evening, swallowing the pasture in a suffocating gray that pressed against the house like a living thing. I should have stayed inside. I told myself that a dozen times as I stood at the back door, boots laced, flashlight in hand. But the cattle hadn't stopped their restless lowing for 3 nights straight, pacing the fence line like something was just beyond the mist, watching. Their unease had started to seep into me, slow and corrosive, until I had no choice but to go out there and see for myself. The damp grass sucked at my boots as I crossed the pasture, the beam of my mag light barely cutting through the haze. Every step was heavier than the last, the silence unnatural, thick and listening. I'd walked maybe 30 yards when I saw it. At first I thought it was a statue, some warped trick of the light, or an abandoned scarecrow cloaked in fog, but the thing was too tall, 9 feet at least, and its stillness felt deliberate. It stood in the center of the field,
like a sentinel, its skin, or whatever passed for skin, pale and gleaming like polished marble, smooth and unbroken. The head swayed slightly, slow and hypnotic, oval-shaped and far too large for its body, as if it were tasting the air or calculating my presence. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as my flashlight trembled in my hand, casting distorted shadows that danced across the mist. Then the beam found its face, or what should have been a face, and there was nothing. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just a smooth, blank surface that somehow conveyed more presence than any expression ever could. I felt it then, not just saw it, the pressure of its attention pressing into my chest, turning breath into labor. I don't remember deciding to lift the flashlight higher, only that I did, and in that moment the thing moved. It didn't step or turn. It shifted, collapsed inward with a fluid motion that didn't belong to anything born of this earth. Limbs unfolded and bent in impossible directions, 4 of them touching the ground like claws, curved talons glinting wetly in the beam of my light. And then it was gone. Not fled, not vanished with speed, simply ceased to be, consumed by the fog as though it had never been there at all. My legs didn't move for several heartbeats. The silence returned, vast and absolute, and I stood there staring at nothing until the cold finally reached my spine. I swept the beam wildly across the pasture, praying not to see it again, terrified I might. And when I finally approached the spot where it had stood, I found them. 4 deep grooves, carved into the earth, perfectly straight, each about 2 feet long, slicing through grass and soil with surgical precision, like scythes had been dragged through the land. I don't remember running back to the house, only the way my chest burned and my fingers fumbled with the key, the taste of metal thick on my tongue. Inside, I bolted the door and pulled the curtains tight, but even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had seen me and remembered. I didn't sleep that night. Even after locking every door and pulling the curtains tight, I couldn't shake the weight of what I'd seen, or more disturbingly, what had seen me. I sat in my recliner with the lights on and a cup of coffee cooling in my hands, ears straining to catch anything beyond the creaks of the old farmhouse, settling into the cold. Time dragged itself across the floorboards, each hour heavier than the last, and when the clock blinked 3:04 a.m., I heard it. A sound so faint, I wasn't sure if it came from inside my head or the world beyond the walls. But then it came again, a soft, deliberate scraping against the living room window, not the frantic raking of claws. No, this was slower, more intentional, the steady drag of something hard and smooth, like bone or polished stone, gliding in patterns I couldn't see but could feel behind my eyes. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just sat frozen as the sound continued, carving itself into my nerves with the precision of a scalpel. After what felt like forever, the noise stopped, but I didn't move until the pale light of morning began to seep through the curtains. I peeled myself from the chair, joints aching from tension, and approached the window with a dread that felt ancient. At first I saw nothing but condensation on the glass, Then I noticed them. 4 deep scratches etched cleanly into the pane, each one straight and precise, forming a perfect square. Not cracks, not weathering, carvings. The lines were too symmetrical, too deliberate. I pressed my fingers to the cold glass, half expecting it to shift under my touch, the way it had the night before, in the field, but it held firm, solid, unyielding, now marked. I checked the security footage immediately. The camera above the porch had recorded from midnight through dawn. The motion sensors should have caught anything that moved, anything that breathed. But when I scrolled through the logs, there was nothing. 4 hours of stillness, just fog swirling under the porch light and silence stretching like skin. No figures, no scratches, no tapping, but the marks were real. I could still see them, still touch them, etched into the glass like a message I wasn't meant to read. And that was the part that began to gnaw at me. Not just the impossibility of what had happened, but the intent behind it. Something had been there, something with awareness, patience, and a purpose I couldn't begin to understand. And it had chosen my window, my home, my life, to leave its mark on. The question wasn't whether it had happened. The question was whether it was finished, or just beginning. By the time the 3rd night fell, I had turned my quiet little farmhouse into something closer to a fortress. Motion sensors on every corner, floodlights with enough wattage to blind a deer at 50 yards, cameras covering all angles, even one of those ultrasonic devices meant to keep pests at bay, though deep down, I knew whatever was out there wasn't a pest by any definition I could name. Still, I needed to feel like I was doing something, like I wasn't just waiting. So when the fog rolled in again, just after sunset, thick, suffocating, swallowing the trees and fence posts, in one creeping tide, I stood in the kitchen, lights flickering above me, watching the gray curtain inch closer. The sensors began to trigger sporadically, setting the yard into a strobe of flashing white light, as if the house were breathing in panic. Then the power died. Just like that. The darkness dropped over me like a burial shroud, and though the emergency LEDs kicked in a few seconds later with their sickly green hue, the cameras were dead, the alarms useless. That was when I heard it again. The tapping. Not frantic, not loud, just soft, rhythmic, and uncomfortably precise, like a code being knocked against the back door. I moved slowly through the house, flashlight in hand, breath short, heart pounding somewhere up in my throat. I reached the door and peered through the tiny pane of fogged glass, but there was nothing, just mist and shadow. Then the tapping began again, this time from the front. I turned, every step heavy, and crept through the rooms, with the beam of the flashlight leading the way like a blade through molasses. The front door was dead quiet. No motion light. No sound. Until something moved. Barely a whisper at the edge of my vision. A pale shape. Gliding across the porch. With a smooth, predatory grace that didn't belong to this world. I watched as it came into full view. It moved on all fours now, joints bending the wrong way, limbs impossibly long and lean. Its skin was even more translucent than before, the thin veil of it revealing not organs or muscle, but something angular and crystalline, like a skeleton made of quartz or frozen geometry.
It paused in front of the living room window, less than 2 feet from my face. I didn't breathe. I couldn't. I saw my reflection in the glass, overlaid on its blank, faceless head. 2 creatures staring at each other across a fragile barrier. Then it lifted one claw and pressed it to the window. The glass didn't shatter. It softened. The surface bowed in as if it were warm clay, and the talons sank in without resistance. I watched in frozen horror as it began to carve, slow, deliberate symbols glowing faintly from within, as though the creature was not scratching the surface but rewriting the matter itself. The marks pulsed softly, alive with some inner light, and when it finished, it tilted its head toward me in a motion that felt like acknowledgement or warning. And then it folded itself back into that alien shape, limbs twisting in on themselves, and dissolved into the fog without a sound, leaving only the window behind, etched with glowing signs, still warm to the touch. I couldn't shake the symbols. They glowed faintly at night. No matter how many times I tried to convince myself they were tricks of the light, etched into the glass like veins of some alien language, humming with a meaning just beyond comprehension. The creature hadn't returned in days, but the fog did every night without fail, pressing up against the windows like a living thing waiting to be invited in. I told myself I needed answers, not closure, not hope, just something that made this all feel less like madness creeping in through the walls. So I drove to the county library, a place I hadn't stepped foot in since high school, and asked about strange events, local legends, anything that might give what was happening a name. Mrs. Peterson, the librarian, looked at me the way people do when they're trying not to say you look unwell, and directed me to the basement archives, boxes of old newspapers and forgotten town records that smelled like mildew and the kind of silence that remembers things. I spent hours down there, fingers blackened by ink and dust, flipping through the lives of people long gone. Most of it was nonsense. UFO sightings over the quarry, tales of glowing eyes in the woods, the usual myths that grow in places with too much history and too little light. But then I found it. A 1987 issue of the County Gazette, buried in a column of reader-submitted stories, written by a farmer named Ezekiel Morrison. He described encounters with something he called the Pale Watcher. And as I read his words, the chill in my bones returned tenfold. He saw it in the fog, tall, alabaster, with a smooth oval head that tilted and swayed like it was listening to thoughts instead of sounds. It watched him for weeks, marked his windows with strange symbols, carved geometric grooves into his fields that no machine could replicate. He wrote about the feeling of being studied, dissected, not with blades, but with attention. And then it stopped. The final note in his account was dated just 3 weeks before his obituary appeared. Dead in his kitchen, alone, no signs of foul play. Natural causes, they said. But the article mentioned the house was found covered in marks, etched glass, strange shapes on the walls. And no one investigated further. No one wanted to. I stood there holding that brittle page in my shaking hands, the weight of it heavier than anything I'd ever felt.
It wasn't just happening again. It had never stopped. Morrison died surrounded by questions no one cared to answer, a man slowly erased by something that had no name and no face, and now
It was my turn. It's been 2 weeks now, and the fog hasn't missed a single night. Arriving on cue, like a curtain drawn across the world, smothering sound, light, even thought. Each evening I sit at the window, waiting, watching as the landscape dissolves into that soupy gray, and then somewhere just beyond the reach of my porch light, the pale watcher returns. I never see it arrive. One moment the mist is empty, the next it's there, moving with that same alien grace, folding and unfolding its limbs like it's made of jointed shadows and memory. And each time it leaves new marks behind. On the windows, in the soil, on the very structure of the house. What started as 4 scratches has become a constellation of symbols, etched into glass, carved into earth, forming patterns so intricate they defy anything natural. I've stopped trying to document them. The cameras never catch a thing, always glitching at the exact moment the creature arrives. The motion sensors fail. The floodlights blink like a dying heartbeat. It's as if my entire security system is being overridden by something smarter, older, and far more deliberate than I can comprehend. I've shown people the marks, neighbors, friends, even Dr. Martinez, the physician I've known since I was a child. But all I get are polite nods and guarded stares. They tell me it's stress, isolation, maybe even grief. Some gentle suggestion that I'm cracking under pressure, that living alone for this long has played tricks on my mind. But the grooves are real. The windows are scarred. And I can trace the sequence of symbols from one night to the next, like the thing is building something, mapping out an idea far beyond my comprehension. I've tried photographing the patterns, measuring them, even sketching them out by hand, but something always goes wrong. Files corrupt, paper smudges. And yet each morning I wake up to more, etched deeper, glowing faintly, in certain angles of light, humming with a presence I can feel in my teeth. It doesn't speak. It doesn't break in. It simply continues. And I've begun to feel less like a victim and more like an audience, like whatever this thing is, it's performing some long forgotten ritual, and I'm just the last witness left to see it through. There's a strange intimacy in that, a sense that I've been chosen, not hunted. But even that thought turns to ash when I try to sleep and find myself haunted by images I don't remember seeing. Circles within circles, doors that open onto stars, bones folded into impossible shapes. I'm beginning to question where my thoughts end and its presence begins. The fog will come again tonight. It always does. And I'll be here at the window, watching the symbols grow like roots from some other world. Maybe this is how Morrison felt before the end. Not afraid, just resigned. Maybe the real horror isn't the creature at all, but the slow unraveling of certainty, the quiet realization that the world you thought you lived in was only ever the surface layer of something much older, much deeper, and far less merciful. The fog is thicker tonight, heavier than it's ever been, pressing against the windows like something alive, like breath held too long by a thing with no lungs. The symbols on the glass have begun to pulse now, not with the flickering randomness of dying light, but with rhythm, intent, a pattern I can almost understand, but never quite grasp. They glow like veins beneath skin, like constellations mapped across a surface that should be solid but no longer feels that way. I used to be afraid. That was easy. Fear is simple. But that fear has faded into something stranger, something colder, and it's that absence that unsettles me the most. Because now as I stand at the window waiting, I no longer dread its return. I expect it. I've stopped questioning whether the creature is real, whether I'm losing my mind, whether the scratches on the glass or the grooves in the soil are figments of some unraveling psyche. Those questions feel small now, irrelevant. The real terror, the deep, marrow-level horror, isn't the thing in the fog. It's the slow, suffocating realization that reality itself is not what I thought it was. That everything I once believed about how the world works, about what can and cannot exist, is nothing more than a fragile agreement we whisper to each other in the daylight to keep the dark from getting in. But the dark is here. It's always been here. I just never saw it. The Pale Watcher, if that's even a name that matters, isn't a monster. It's not even a warning. It's a crack in the lens I've used to make sense of everything. And through that crack, something vast is staring back. Something not bound by time or shape or logic. It doesn't hunt. It records. It engraves. Each glowing mark it leaves behind is a sentence in a language I was never meant to read. A message carved into the bones of the world. And I've begun to suspect that I'm not the recipient of that message. I'm part of it. A figure on the glass, a glyph in its ongoing script. I can feel it moving now, gliding through the wall toward the front of the house. I don't rush to lock the doors. I don't hide. I stand at the window with the light behind me and the pulsing symbols in front of me, and I wait. Not for answers, but for continuity. I think I finally understand. Some questions aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be carried. Like weight, like witness, like truth too big to speak. The tapping has stopped, which means it's here. And I find that I'm ready. Not because I've figured out what it is, but because I've accepted that I never will. And that maybe, just maybe, that's what it wanted all along. Story 8. You should sleep over. You know how these hills are during nights, my grandfather urged, his voice quiet but insistent, carrying that familiar undercurrent of something unsaid, something weighted. I laughed, brushing off the warning as I often did. Yes, I know. Drekovac is going to get me and eat my teeth. I expected him to laugh along, but instead I got nothing. Just a flat stare, eyes unreadable. That silence hung in the air, heavier than it should have. We had spent the day preparing firewood for the winter at his secluded house, nestled in the southern Serbian hills. A remote place, cloaked in cold mist and crumbling folklore. The kind of place that felt forgotten by time. Work dragged longer than expected, and early autumn had brought evenings sooner than we liked. I'll be able to catch a bus, don't worry, Gramps. If I head out right now, that is, I said, trying to reassure him, but his gaze didn't soften. You are probably right, he said slowly, and nowadays there are street lights to help you feel safer anyway. I smirked. Yes, from a Babaroga that's going to eat my toes, right? Still, no laugh from him, just a weary exhale, a man too tired to argue. I know you like to make fun of it, kid, he said, but you wouldn't laugh if you saw what I saw. That froze me for a second. What did you see? I asked, but he stood up instead. No time to tell you now anyway. Time to tell. Go ahead or you'll miss the bus. I looked at the sun sliding behind the tired silhouettes of the hills, a muddy orange that made everything seem older, lonelier. I didn't visit him often, and certainly not overnight. A moment guilt crept in, watching him sit there on a little wooden chair he carved himself, sipping his favorite plum brandy. He's lived alone since Grandma passed, and maybe this story, this moment, was his way of reaching out for connection, a last attempt to be heard. So I sighed. If I stay over, will you tell me the story? His lips tugged upward, barely a smile, but his eyes stayed distant, dulled by something that had never quite left him. Sure, he nodded. Let your father know while I pour you some brandy too. You're gonna need it. I stepped inside to call my dad while Grandpa disappeared briefly into the house and returned with a fresh bottle and something else. A small, dusty bottle with a thick coat of age on the glass, as if it hadn't seen daylight in decades. He poured us both a drink, we clinked glasses, and we both crossed ourselves, the old orthodox way, with reverence and instinct. What's that bottle? I asked, nodding toward the relic. This? He said, running his fingers over the dust. It's proof of my story. There's a reason I don't go out in those hills after dark, and a reason I don't want you to either. He leaned forward. Tell me, son. What do you know about this region's history? I shrugged. You mean the village? No, he said. The hills, the mountains, the land itself. I faltered. Not much, to be honest. He nodded, eyes narrowing as if peeling back layers of memory. Back during Ottoman times, there were skirmishes all over this land. Serbian rebels and Ottoman forces clashed constantly. Dead bodies, too many to bury, were left to rot in the woods. Weapons stripped, clothes taken, but the dead themselves abandoned. No time for burials. Just blood and silence. The hills still echo with it. People believe their spirits never moved on. I felt a chill then. I'd read about those battles, about the mass graves that had been found decades later. It was real history, bloody, brutal, unceremonious. When I was young, he continued, maybe a little older than you, I went to town to sell tobacco, on foot. It was late when I was heading back, and night caught up with me. No phones, no lights, just moonlight between tree branches. I had about 2 kilometers to go when I heard something. Music. Music? I asked. Yes, he said. Faint, like it was drifting through fog. At first I thought someone had a radio, but as I kept walking, I saw lights. Figures. It looked like a wedding. 20, 30 people maybe. Dancing, moving, just silhouettes, but somehow joyous. I thought maybe it was some local celebration. It made no sense, but in the moment it felt logical. He swallowed, his voice tightening. One man came over to me. He was tall, wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes. He smiled, said they were celebrating a wedding, and offered me a drink. My grandfather paused here. His hands trembled slightly, just enough for me to notice. I hesitated, but it was cold, I was tired, and the bottle looked warm. I reached out. Before I took a sip, I crossed myself. Habit reflex. The way you just did. He pointed to our empty glasses. Tell me, son, what did we do before drinking? We crossed ourselves, I replied slowly. He nodded solemnly. Right. Not just a custom. It's a shield. A call for protection. That's what saved me. Because the moment I did that sign of the cross, everything shattered. The music stopped. The people vanished. Just gone. And I wasn't in that field anymore. My throat tightened. Then where were you? I was standing on the edge of a bridge, he said quietly, leaning over the side. One more second and I'd have jumped into the rocks below. I don't know how I got there, but I was there. That thing, whatever it was trying to pull me in, to trick me, maybe to kill me, maybe worse. And I believe with everything I have that crossing myself broke the illusion. Or maybe it angered whatever was doing it and made it let go. I sat still, unsure what to say, unsure how to breathe. And do you know, he added, his voice nearly a whisper, how I know I wasn't dreaming? That it was real? How? I asked. His hand lifted, and in it, the dusty bottle gleamed dully under the kitchen light. Because when I snapped out of it and found myself on that bridge, this bottle was still in my hand. The room fell silent. The air grew thick. Outside, the wind stirred the trees like something ancient was listening. He didn't speak further. He didn't need to. The bottle sat between us, real as the table, and yet impossibly wrong. It didn't belong here, not in our time, not in this world. I didn't laugh anymore. I didn't joke about Babaroga or Drekavac. I understood, even if I didn't want to. Some stories aren't just stories. Some warnings are earned, not told. And in the forgotten folds of these old Serbian hills, there are still things that wait for nightfall, and for someone foolish enough to laugh. Story 9. The rusted gate groaned open with a shriek that felt like it clawed down my spine, echoing far too loudly in the stillness of the Irish countryside. I knew I shouldn't have been there, trespassing on abandoned property just for the thrill of chasing old ghost stories. But something about the whispers I'd heard at the pub last night had rooted themselves too deep. They spoke of Blackmore Castle, a place burned to its bones in 1724, a ruin swallowed by ivy and rumor, where locals claimed time itself had gone wrong. I told myself I didn't believe them, not really. But something in the way they avoided looking toward the hills when they spoke, something in the silence that followed, pulled me in like a hook beneath the skin. The path through the brambles barely resembled a trail, more a wound in the landscape, and the skeletal branches tore at my coat as if trying to turn me back. Fog spilled low across the ground in slow, sinuous waves curling around my legs like it was sentient, like it was watching. The air should have smelled like wet leaves and old stone, but it didn't. It stung. Not with decay, but with something sharp, chemical, and wrong. I paused and sniffed again, this time recognizing the sting in my nostrils, the dryness in my throat. Charcoal. Not the weathered scent of a centuries-old fire, but the fresh, acrid tang of one recently smothered. My pulse quickened. The ruins emerged from the mist, not like a discovery, but like a memory forced into the present. Blackened stones jutted up like broken teeth, jagged and unnatural, their scorched surfaces too crisp, too defined, as if the flames had just licked them clean. But stone doesn't burn like that. It doesn't char and hold its blackness so vividly across centuries. And yet the walls loomed, silent and scorched, and I couldn't look away. Something about the tower in the distance felt accusatory, like it was waiting for me. I stepped forward, despite the warning in my gut, despite the absolute certainty that something about this place wasn't just dead, it was awake. I hadn't come for answers. I'd come because the castle wanted me to, because some part of it still burned. I stepped over the threshold of what had once been Blackmore Castle's great hall, boots crunching on gravel that might have been stone, might have been bone. I didn't want to look too closely. The air inside was heavier somehow, still choked with that acrid charcoal scent that shouldn't have lingered for centuries. My eyes adjusted slowly to the dim light, filtering through broken arches and shattered beams. And that's when I noticed the walls. The fire had touched everything. Blackened stone, scorched wood. But it was all too clean, too sharp. The char marks didn't fade or crumble with age like they should have. They clung to the walls with a precision that felt wrong, like they had been carved yesterday. Stone doesn't burn like that. Not really. It can crack, it can heat, but it doesn't blister and blacken like wood, and certainly not with edges so perfect they looked inked on. I ran my fingers along one wall and drew back instinctively, half expecting soot to smear my fingertips. Nothing did. It was cold, hard, dry, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I pushed too hard, it would crumble like burnt paper. The further I stepped in, the more the silence distorted. My own footfalls echoed back at me with strange delay, layered and warped, bouncing off the charred walls in a way that made it impossible to track where the sound had come from, or if it was mine at all. I paused, listening. Another step. Crunch. Then again, crunch, crunch. A beat off. Like a second pair of steps, just a hair behind my own. I whipped around, heart slamming into my throat. Nothing, just mist and ruin and the faint outline of the broken tower above. I told myself it was acoustics, weird angles, nothing more. But the air had changed. The kind of change you don't see. You just feel. In your arms, in your spine, in the back of your neck. Like the room is watching you breathe. I pressed forward, pretending I didn't hear the faint echo of steps that didn't stop when I did, or how every shadow seemed to shift, just slightly when I wasn't looking straight at them. My skin prickled with awareness. I couldn't rationalize a weight behind my eyes that told me I wasn't alone. Not in the metaphorical sense, but in the most literal, skin-crawling, breath on your neck sense. Something else was here. Maybe not alive, maybe not visible, but it was here. And it knew I had come. The doorway into the tower gaped like a mouth, and something about its shadow made my pulse hesitate before I stepped inside. The spiral staircase was carved from stone, narrow and steep. But what unsettled me most wasn't its age. It was its condition. It should have been eroded, cracked, crumbling from centuries of neglect. But instead the steps looked recently worn, smoothed by use that couldn't possibly have come from the living. My boot landed on the first step with a hollow weight, and the sound didn't just echo, it curled. It bounced upward, wrapping around me like a whisper I wasn't meant to hear. I began to climb, slowly, deliberately, flashlight in hand, the beam slicing through a thick, pressing darkness that refused to scatter. Every turn of the stairwell brought a deeper sense of enclosure, as though the tower was folding in behind me. The air shifted gradually, a creeping warmth, replacing the chill outside. At first I welcomed it, until it became too much. Sweat formed along my spine, soaking through my shirt, despite the October cold that still clung to the world beyond these stone walls. It wasn't just heat, it was heavy, as if it had weight of its own. Breathing became more difficult. The air tasted like damp ashes and something faintly metallic. And the deeper I ascended, the more oppressive it became. The silence wasn't silent anymore. It throbbed. I felt it against my ribs like a low hum, a pressure building with every step I took. I told myself it was in my head. Just nerves, just claustrophobia. But my instincts, the deep animal ones that no amount of reason can silence, were screaming. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and my legs felt coiled, tense, as if they were waiting for me to turn and run. My flashlight flickered just once, and in that half second of faltering light, I saw motion in the edge of my vision, something quick and low that vanished before I could turn. I froze, listening, heart thudding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. Nothing. But the heat rose again, thick and suffocating, and the darkness felt less like absence and more like presence, dense, aware, watching. I didn't want to keep going, but I also didn't want to turn back and find out what might be following me. So I climbed. One step, then another. And with each one, the feeling grew stronger. Not just that I was being watched, but that something was keeping pace with me. Not behind, not ahead. Beside me, inside the walls, waiting for me to reach the top. At the top of the tower, the air thinned into a silence that wasn't empty but waiting, like a held breath stretched to its limit. The narrow stairwell opened into a chamber that felt both ancient and untouched. Stone walls rising clean and unburned, a stark contrast to the carbon-streaked ruin below. My flashlight swept across the space and caught on something that stopped me cold. A grandfather clock, standing tall and proud against the far wall. Its dark wooden case gleaming as though it had been polished just hours ago. It shouldn't have been there. Not in this place. Not after the fire that had gutted everything else, yet there it stood, flawless. Its brass fittings gleaming, and the glass pane over the pendulum spotless. I moved toward it slowly, every step amplified by the oppressive hush. The clock face was a porcelain white, the Roman numerals elegant and evenly spaced, but it was the hands that unsettled me most. Both pointed straight to midnight, perfectly vertical, unmoving, yet the minute hand was reversed, mounted counterclockwise, as if the clock had been built to track time backward. The dissonance made my head throb, like my eyes and brain couldn't quite agree on what they were seeing. I knew I shouldn't touch it. Every instinct in me screamed to turn around and leave it alone. But curiosity, that dangerous, deep-rooted flaw in us all, overrode every rational warning. Hanging from a chain beside the case was a small, winding key, brass and oddly warm to the touch. I slipped it into the mechanism and turned it once, then again, the metal clicking softly with each motion. On the third turn, something shifted. The tower, the stone itself, let out a low, resonant hum. Not mechanical, but organic, as if the castle had drawn a breath. The pendulum began to swing, but wrong. It didn't tick like any normal timepiece. Its sound was a distorted kakut, offbeat, out of rhythm, like a language I wasn't meant to understand. And as the pendulum moved, the minute hand crept counterclockwise, slowly unwinding time in small, defiant increments. A wave of dizziness hit me, and the temperature in the room rose sharply, not gradually, but with the sudden intensity of a furnace door thrown open. The scent of charcoal flooded my senses, not old, not faded, but fresh, sharp as if something nearby had only just stopped burning. I staggered back a step, eyes locked on the swinging brass weight, and realized the clock wasn't counting time. It was undoing it. And something in the stones around me had awakened with it. Something ancient, something hungry. The moment the pendulum began its unnatural swing, the air in the room thickened like syrup, pressing against my lungs with every breath, and the warmth became unbearable. No, not warmth. Heat. Sudden and violent, radiating from the very stones around me. The smell of burning surged, sharp and immediate, curling up through my nostrils and into the back of my throat, like smoke from a fire still blazing, and not centuries old as it should have been. I staggered toward the narrow window, and what I saw below twisted my stomach into a cold knot of dread. The ruins of Blackmore Castle were glowing, not metaphorically but literally, their blackened stones pulsing with ember-red light, like dying coals stirred back to life. Heat waves shimmered over the fractured masonry, and the skeletal remains of long collapsed timbers flickered with flame where no wood remained to burn. But there was no fire? Not truly. Just the memory of it, replaying as if history itself had been relit. That's when the sounds began, low at first, like a building pressure behind the walls, then louder, clearer, and unmistakably human. Screams. Hundreds of them, layered and overlapping, not in real time but in reverse. Agonizing cries that rose in unnatural crescendos, warped and distorted, like a phonograph spinning backward through someone's final moments. Mixed in were the crashes of falling beams, the muffled thud of collapsing stone, and most disturbingly, the pounding of fists, frenzied, panicked, on doors that had never opened in time. The sound didn't come from outside the tower, but from within it, as if the walls had recorded every final breath, every last plea, and were now vomiting them back up in some cruel reverse symphony. I stumbled backward, hand outstretched, desperate to still the pendulum, to silence the thing that had unstitched time and summoned this impossible replay. But the room seemed to resist me, the very air turning to fire around my skin. My shirt clung to me with sweat, and my vision blurred from heat and something deeper, some unseen pressure clawing at the edges of reality. I could feel time slipping, not moving forward, but unraveling. Each backward swing of the pendulum peeling seconds off the present and casting them into a loop I couldn't escape. I pressed my back to the wall, trying to breathe, trying to think, but all I could hear were the screams. Not from the past, not from memory, but from right now, from always, as if this moment of terror had never stopped happening, as if it had always been burning. I lunged for the pendulum, grabbing it with both hands, its brass surface searing hot against my skin, as if resisting my touch, vibrating with a force that felt less mechanical and more alive, like it didn't want to be stopped. But I held firm, forcing it to stillness, and the tower fell into an eerie silence that was somehow louder than the screams that had come before. The heat drained from the air so fast it made me dizzy, sweat cooling into a clammy chill across my back, and the glow from the ruins outside dimmed into dull gray stone again, as if nothing had ever happened. But something had. Something was still happening. The clock had stopped moving, but the room had not gone back to normal. Shadows cast by the window light fell in the wrong directions, angles that didn't match the architecture, and the very air seemed distorted, as though I were looking through glass warped by heat. That's when I saw them, footprints in the dust, leading from the staircase to the center of the room and past me to the window, identical to mine. Same tread pattern, same worn-down left heel, where I always dragged my step, but not the ones I had just made. No, these prints were already there before I arrived, overlapped, layered, intersecting like a map of movements I hadn't made yet. I followed their path with my eyes, heart thundering, realizing I'd already stood here. Not once, but again and again. I'd already reached for the clock, already turned the key, already tried to stop it, and failed. I turned back to the grandfather clock, and my breath caught in my throat. The glass over the clock face was fogged from inside, as if something trapped within had been breathing against it. I stepped closer, breath shallow, and saw faint marks, scratchings, tiny, desperate gouges in the glass from the inside, words carved in desperation. Help. Below it, another line, can't stop the burning. And beneath that, almost invisible, unless your face was inches from the surface. Trembling letters whispered a final truth. It's not real, but it never ends. My reflection stared back at me, but not just mine. Layered behind it were other versions of me, dozens, hundreds, younger, older, terrified, screaming, resigned, all trapped behind the glass, like spirits caught in amber, repeating this same moment over and over again.
One of them stared directly at me, mouth stretched in a silent scream. I could feel but not hear. I staggered back, dizzy, trembling, and suddenly the room felt less like a place and more like a trap. Time itself curled in on this point, and I knew, with an ache in my bones, that I had not discovered the clock. The clock had discovered me. I backed away from the clock, heart hammering in my chest, like it was trying to escape, before I could register the truth I was now forced to confront. The air around me felt fractured, like reality had splintered into overlapping shards that no longer obeyed sequence or logic. I turned slowly, eyes sweeping the floor, and that's when I saw them. Dozens of winding keys scattered around the base of the clock, some rusted and green with age, others nearly pristine, their brass still catching the dim light with a dull glint. Each one lay precisely where someone would have stood, exactly where I was standing now. And the implication slammed into me with more weight than any scream. I wasn't the first, not even close. Each key was a story, a loop, a moment of impossible repetition. Each one belonged to someone like me, someone who had come here chasing whispers and found themselves pulled into something far older, far more patient. I turned back to the clock face, and the glass had changed again, fogged, but now clearer in places, and within it I saw reflections. Not one, not two, but a layered collage of myself, like someone had taken photographs of me across 1,000 days and pressed them into a single pane. Some looked terrified, others exhausted, some defiant, some weeping, some staring out with hollow eyes that had stopped trying to fight long ago. And in the center of them all was one version of me, mouth wide in a scream. I couldn't hear, eyes wild and brimming with madness, pounding invisible fists against the glass as if warning me, pleading. I blinked and the image fractured, reforming into something worse. Motion. I could see them moving, subtly at first, then clearly. Other versions of me walking the room in real time, retracing my steps, examining the same footprints, reaching for the same key. I wasn't remembering them, I was watching them. They weren't past, they weren't future, they were simultaneous. The tower wasn't a place anymore. It was a knot in time, a fixed point where every instance of now had folded inward, where cause and effect had stopped making sense. The clock hadn't just reversed time. It had snared it, turned it back on itself, trapping every decision, every breath, every heartbeat into a loop that no one had escaped. And as I stood there, surrounded by the ghostly evidence of myself, repeated infinitely, I felt a dreadful certainty settle in my bones. I had already made my choices. I had already turned the key. I was just catching up to the consequences. The air in the tower thickened not just with heat or the lingering stench of burnt stone, but with the weight of something far worse. Finality. I could feel the layers now, like pages of a book pressed too tightly together, each one a moment that had already happened, was still happening, and would happen again. The room vibrated with them, echoes of breath, of footfalls, of me. I watched myself moving through it all. Countless versions, flickering at the edges of perception. Phantoms folded into the same space but out of reach, each lost in their own realization,
each staring at the same impossible truth. None of them had escaped. None had made it out. Time here didn't pass. It repeated. It didn't flow. It spiraled inward and inward until every second collapsed into midnight. The winding keys scattered across the stone floor were not relics of the past, but offerings to a mechanism that didn't measure time so much as devour it. I could see now, clearer than ever, that the others were still here, not dead, not gone, but trapped in adjacent loops, walking alongside me in a clockwork prison that allowed no forward motion, only rewinds. Each tick reversed, each swing of the pendulum unspooled reality a little further, dragging us backward into a moment that never let go. And I understood, in a way that bypassed thought and went straight to bone, that I was already part of it, had always been. My reflection in the clock no longer startled me. It comforted me with its inevitability. I would scratch the messages, I would scream behind the glass, I would leave a key, I would become a shadow in someone else's timeline. And despite knowing all this, despite the sick certainty that turning the key again would only deepen the cycle, my hand moved on its own, fingers closing around the brass, warm and waiting. Maybe I was meant to. Maybe the choice had never been mine. The clock accepted me with a sound I could feel in my teeth. Kakut, Casset. And somewhere below, the stones began to glow again. Not with fire from the past, but with every fire that had ever burned, all burning still. My breath slowed, my heartbeat matched the rhythm, and in the stillness that followed, a final truth echoed. Not spoken, not written, but carved into the marrow of the place. I had not discovered this tower. This tower had discovered me. Story 10. The house breathes differently at 3 a.m., and I've learned to anticipate its rhythm, the soft moan of settling wood, the floorboards exhaling beneath my bare feet, the way the walls seem to stretch and settle like an old body groaning in its sleep. These were once familiar sounds, comforting even, but lately something else has crept into the nightly symphony. An almost imperceptible noise, like fingernails dragging slowly across silk. Too soft to be heard clearly, but too wrong to ignore. For 7 consecutive nights, I've awoken with a start. The air thick and unmoving. My skin prickled with a cold that feels internal. Each time, my eyes are drawn to the same sight, the sock drawer across the room, hanging open like a slack jaw in mid-scream, the aged brass handle catching what little moonlight filters through the moth-eaten curtains, that crescent of light it casts onto the wall. I've come to dread it. It's always in the same place, the same shape, as though the room is rehearsing a scene without me. I don't remember opening the drawer. I don't remember walking across the floor, yet sometimes I wake with one sock on, the other nowhere to be found, or with the fabric twisted strangely, as if my own hands had done something in the dark I refuse to recall. Each night I tell myself it's nothing, that old houses make strange sounds, that dreams can bleed into waking. But the truth is, I feel watched, not by a person, but by the house itself. as if it registers my footsteps, learns from my routines, and adjusts its breath to match my own. I try to tell myself it's all in my head. But when I close my eyes now, I swear I can feel the air press back against me, as though something unseen is inhaling, waiting, just on the other side of the silence. I found them again this morning, those photographs that should have burned weeks ago, folded into grotesque masks, my own childhood face, twisted by creases into something unrecognizable, something hollow-eyed and grinning with a malice I never remember wearing. Each image warped like a carnival parody, but it's my eyes staring back, my smile stretched too wide. I'd tried to destroy them, struck match after match, sulfur filling the stagnant air, but the flame refused to catch. Instead, the paper grew warm, almost alive, pulsing in my palm until the heat forced me to drop them. They fluttered to the floor like wounded birds, silent and accusing, and yet, by morning, they had migrated, impossibly, to the walls, laid flush against the faded wallpaper, their edges aligned with the roses and vines, like they'd always been part of the pattern. No matter how many times I removed them, they returned, embedded deeper, more resolute. The smell came next, a sickly sweet imitation of lavender, rotting and cloying, like funeral flowers left too long in standing water. It seeped into everything, the curtains, my bed sheets, even my skin, until I could taste it when I breathed. A rancid perfume of memory turned sour. I scrubbed until my knuckles bled, until the skin flaked from my fingers, but it made no difference. The air itself had turned against me. The photographs, they feel older now, as if they've existed long before I ever held them. Sometimes when I run my fingers over the paper, it feels too smooth, too warm, like skin, not aged and brittle as it should be, but pulsing with something just beneath the surface. I know these faces are mine. There's the scar from the bike fall, the crooked tooth from childhood. But the expressions they wear, they're watching me, and they know something I don't. The house has become a gallery of selves I don't recognize. A museum curated by something I can't see but feel, always just beyond the corner of my vision. I don't know if I'm remembering or being remembered. But each night, the photographs multiply, and each morning, more of the walls disappear beneath their grinning, folded eyes. Mrs. Chen never came back after that morning. She stood in the doorway of my bedroom, arms full of cleaning supplies clutched to her chest like a shield, her eyes darting from corner to corner, never meeting mine. When I asked her what was wrong, she shook her head once, slowly, and backed away toward the stairs, whispering, more to herself than to me, "The house doesn't want to be cleaned." I haven't seen her since, and somehow I knew I wouldn't. It's been 3 weeks now, maybe more. I've stopped keeping track. Since I last stepped outside the property, the days bleed together in a haze of stale air, muted light, and the constant oppressive presence of the house pressing in from every angle. I work from home translating technical documents from Portuguese to English, a job that requires precision but no human contact. My clients speak through email, my groceries arrive in brown paper bags left at the gate, and the only conversation I've had recently was a wrong number that hung up before I could say hello. The silence has grown thick, almost sentient,
and I can feel it settle on my skin like dust. I used to play music while I worked, background noise to keep the isolation at bay. But now the sound feels intrusive, as though the walls lean in closer, listening. The house doesn't like to be disturbed. There's a strange comfort in the stillness, a seduction in the routine. Wake, work, wait, repeat. And I've come to fear the outside world more than whatever walks these halls when I sleep. Some days I wonder if it's already too late, if something in the air, in the walls, has already changed me, hollowed me out, and filled the spaces with something else. The longer I stay, the easier it becomes to forget that I ever wanted to leave. And in the evenings, when the light fades and the shadows thicken, I find myself standing at the window, not looking out, but watching my own reflection hover behind the glass, waiting. It started with the feeling of fingers, cold, impossibly slender, gliding beneath the blankets at night, brushing against the skin of my ankles with a precision that felt disturbingly intentional. I would jolt awake, heart pounding, the room around me heavy with stillness, but there would be nothing there, just my own legs, clammy and twitching beneath the sheets. But the sensation never truly left. Even during the day now, I can feel something wrapping itself around me, fine silken threads I cannot see but know are there, tightening slowly, rhythmically, in time with my heartbeat. They began at my feet, but over time have crept higher, a phantom weaving, spiraling up my calves, my thighs, as though stitching me into some unseen pattern. I used to believe mirrors were reliable things, truth tellers, but lately, even they have turned against me. At first it was flickers in the corner of my eye, movements I could blame on fatigue or tricks of light, but then I saw it. While brushing my teeth one morning, I looked up and saw a child standing behind me in the bathroom mirror. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It just stood there, still as death, wearing a mask made from folded paper, yellowed and torn, shaped into a distorted version of my own childhood face. The mouth gaped too wide, and through its hollow eyes, I sensed a depth of knowledge that chilled me to my bones. When I turned around, the room was empty, but the air felt heavier, and the mirror seemed to hum with residual presence. I've since covered every reflective surface in the house, draped sheets over glass, turned picture frames to the wall, but that hasn't stopped it. I can feel it watching, pressing against the fabric, patient and unblinking. The threads around my legs grow tighter each night, and I can no longer tell if I'm being bound or being transformed. The child in the mirror wears my face, but its presence is older than memory, and its intentions, whatever they are unfolding whether I resist or not. I sleep in fits now, never fully unconscious, always hovering at the edge of some deeper awareness I'm not sure I want to reach. They've started multiplying, the photographs. What began as a handful tucked inside the sock drawer has now become a quiet infestation. I find them everywhere now, scattered through the kitchen cabinets, wedged between bathroom tiles, even pressed flat between the brittle pages of books I swear I've never opened. No place is untouched. Each image is unmistakably me. My childhood face, frozen in time, but distorted into increasingly elaborate, almost ceremonial masks. Some are folded with disturbing precision,
the creases forming angular grins too sharp to be human, while others have begun to incorporate additions, coarse strands of hair, slivers of what looks like fingernail, fibers that shimmer too subtly, as if they don't belong to any known material. And the eyes, God. The eyes, my own, but vacant and knowing at the same time, as if they see through me rather than at me. One photo, taped to the underside of a lampshade, showed a version of my face with 6 eyes, each one gazing in a different direction, yet somehow all focused inward. Another had tiny horns curling from the temples, crafted from what I think was twisted wire or bone, I'm not sure which. The smell clings to them, faintly metallic and sweet, like old blood on silver. I've stopped touching them. I used to try collecting and discarding them, but it became too much. They return regardless. Shift locations appear where they weren't before, even multiply mid-shelf, mid-drawer, as though breeding. And no matter how monstrous the alterations, each photo still carries those minute details I can't deny. The scar on my chin from a bicycle fall, the uneven front tooth my braces never quite fixed. I should feel a connection, but all I feel is revulsion. They look at me like predators, wearing my skin like they know what I've forgotten, or maybe what I'm becoming. It's not just the quantity. It's the intent behind them. Each new image feels like a message I can't read, like a threat sealed in a smile. I've started dreaming in paper now, my face folding inwards, creasing along lines that never existed until the photographs taught me how. I don't know how many there are anymore. I just know there will be more tomorrow. Lately, my memories feel like borrowed furniture, familiar in shape, but wrong in weight, as if I'm moving through a life that once belonged to someone else. I try to recall specific moments, birthday candles, scraped knees, bedtime stories, but they slip through my grasp like steam, dissolving into hazy impressions that never fully settle. I used to be certain of my childhood, but now I'm not sure the person in those memories was ever me. I've started waking in places I don't remember walking to, most often the basement, always in the basement, standing in the center of concentric circles formed by dozens of those folded paper masks, their empty expressions all turned inward toward me, like an audience waiting for a performance only I can deliver. My hands are often stained with something dark and tacky, my limbs aching as if they've been moving on their own for hours. I set up cameras to make sense of it, to catch myself in the act. But when I review the footage, there's nothing but static, thick and pulsing like a heartbeat, as though the house itself is refusing to be recorded. The audio captures more. Things I don't remember saying. A whispering voice that sounds like mine but distorted. Dragging at the edges of words like they're being pulled through water. Beneath it all, there's the sound of thread, soft, insistent, the unmistakable swish of something weaving through fabric over and over, endless and patient. Each time I listen, the sound grows louder, more deliberate, as though whatever is working in the dark is growing bolder, more precise. I don't remember learning how to sleepwalk, don't remember choosing to create these circles of faces that mimic my own. But some part of me must know the design. Some part of me is guiding it even now, even as the lines between waking and dreaming blur into one long stretch of uncertainty. I no longer trust what I see, when I open my eyes, or what I might do when they're closed. It's getting harder to move now. Each step feels like I'm wading through something thick and invisible, as if silk threads have been spun around my body in the dead of night, tightening with every breath I take. I can feel them, these phantom fibers, winding up my legs and coiling at my waist. Delicate but unrelenting, tugging at my joints with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. The weight of them grows more pronounced by the hour, making simple actions, walking, turning my head, lifting my arms, feel like I'm dragging my body through unseen webs that remember every hesitation. My computer has started displaying images I didn't open, pictures of me as a child with expressions I don't recognize, each one stranger than the last. My face twisted, elongated, quatured mid-transformation. They appear between keystrokes, flickering on the screen for just long enough to be seared into memory before vanishing like they were never there. And the child, the one with my face, no longer waits behind mirrors. I see him now, in full view, moving through the house with slow, deliberate steps, never coming close, but always watching from the edges of the room. He wears my old clothes like borrowed skin, the fit slightly off, the colors faded by decades. Sometimes I hear his footsteps behind me, soft and padded like mine were when I was 7. But when I turn, he's already gone, leaving behind the scent of dust and paper. The photographs continue to multiply, covering surfaces I never touch, growing in number so quickly, I've stopped trying to keep count. And they've begun to shift, not just in volume, but in message. Each image documenting some new stage of my transformation, angles of my body, captured in poses I don't remember holding. My skin pulled taut, like it's being shaped by unseen hands. They show the threads too, faint at first, then thicker, more intricate, as if something is crafting a pattern through me. It's no longer just the house watching. I think the pattern is learning, growing, through me, with me, and whatever it's becoming, it's nearly ready. Sometimes I catch my hands moving on their own, fingers sketching strange patterns in the air with a rhythm too fluid, too practiced to be accidental, as if they remember something my mind has long forgotten. I don't know what these gestures mean, but my muscles respond to them with eerie familiarity. Like I've done this before, 1,000 times in another life, or in dreams I can no longer access. The child, the one who wears my face, now sits in silent mimicry on the floor of my room, his hands echoing mine, or maybe it's the other way around. I can't tell anymore. Mirrors, what few remain uncovered, betray me with reflections that move seconds out of sync, lifting arms I haven't moved, tilting heads in directions I never chose. One night, I saw myself grin in the glass, while my real mouth remained slack with fear. The sensation of being watched has deepened into something worse, something participatory. The house no longer waits for me to act. It moves with me. When I inhale, the walls seem to draw outward, stretching gently, like lungs expanding.
When I exhale, the floors sigh beneath my feet, warm and pliant, like the body of something vast and dreaming. The floorboards bend to support my weight in ways they never did before, not groaning in protest, but yielding, adapting. I think I'm being absorbed. Or maybe I've already been absorbed, and what's left of me is simply learning to recognize it. I don't fight it anymore. Not when the movements come, not when the threads tighten, not even when I wake with the child's breath in my ear, soft and steady, as if he's trying to lull me back into some shared memory we've both been waiting to re-enter. I used to feel like I lived inside this house, but now I know better. I'm becoming part of it. It remembers me. It's always remembered me. And now with every whispered breath, every mirrored gesture, every silent movement through its skin and bones, I remember it too. The child is no longer a visitor or an echo. I know now he is a part of me, the quiet thread I left behind somewhere in childhood, the part that always remembered how to weave what I've only just begun to see. He sits beside my bed now, his small hands moving with infinite precision, drawing luminous patterns into the air that flicker like constellations across the dark. When his fingers brush the threads wrapped around my body, the entire web pulses with light, revealing a shape too vast to grasp, a design that stretches far beyond the house, beyond memory, beyond the thin fabric of reality. I can feel the silk winding around my chest now, not suffocating, but synchronizing, crossing my heart in a rhythm that doesn't match my pulse, but something deeper, older, like the slow breath of a world just beneath this one. The photographs continue to appear, but they've changed. Now they show the process from impossible angles, documenting my gradual dissolution, my slow fading from flesh into air. In one image, I can see myself blurring at the edges, the boundary between skin and space beginning to unravel, like I'm being unstitched and rewoven into something larger, and I no longer resist. I lie still in the deepest hours of night, letting the invisible fingers complete their task, letting the pattern take me. The threads no longer feel foreign. They feel like purpose. I don't know what the web is meant to catch, only that I'm part of its architecture, an anchor point between what is remembered and what is imagined, between the child I was and the thing I'm becoming. The house holds its breath now, silent and waiting. As the last connections are drawn tight, I can feel the shift nearing completion, the final weave just beneath my ribs, humming with potential. I see it all so clearly now, how the house, the photographs, the masks, the thread, the child, they were never separate. They were steps in the same motion, pieces of the same transformation. Soon I will no longer be confined to this shape, this voice, this place. Soon I will remember what I've always been in the process of becoming. The weaving continues, and I am almost ready.